I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial, Daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Juror podcast and Brandy.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it.
And then I just look to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, we'll have some coffee.
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. I have to look before I start singing to y'all. Make sure I'm not muted. Good morning. Good morning. Could this be the last morning that we see that fan? Could it? Could it? Is it possible? Is it possible? Good morning, family. I'm happy to see y'all. I am feeling so good this morning. I have wet hair because I just got out of the shower. I slept in. I'm eating frozen chicken fingers for breakfast. I mean, they're not frozen anymore. I put them in the microwave, but that's my breakfast of champions. It's going to be a good day. And we're only 60 away. That's pretty cool. For some reason, people have been telling me they're getting unsubbed. I don't know why. But regardless, even with that happening, taste the goodness of the biscuit. Which side is giving closing statements first? It is the Commonwealth always goes first, and then the defense. Are there two streams going? Are there two streams going? What's happening? What's going on? There are, hold on, let me look. Let me double check on my issues today. Oh, no, that should be good. Okay. Okie dokie. Big day today. Big day. Huge. Normally, the Commonwealth goes first and then defense, and then the Commonwealth has a chance at rebuttal. But I guess she said that she is not splitting it like what is normally done. Because we normally, oh, Lucy wants chicken fingers. Lucy has, she has a chicken finger and she has some turkey meatballs. So Lucy is feasting this morning. So as soon as she finishes eating, you'll see her like passed out. Anywho, normally, there is a, they're doing a 1 hour time limit. Normally there's, the prosecution will go first, the defense will go, and then the prosecution will go again. But since she's not splitting it, since the, burden of proof is on the prosecution, I guess they'll be going second. Yeah, I've been hearing this, that the closing wealth, I don't, I guess she said it yesterday, but I must have missed it. But that's what everybody's been saying. Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Jen McCabe are there for closings. What did you think of Lawyer You Know stream last night? I thought it was good insight. I thought it was pretty good. Great insights as always. Yeah, he's always got good insight. I will tell you, I talked about this a little bit in, I did a impromptu last minute members live last night just because I was just just happy. I'm just at peace. I'm just glad that this is almost over. I'm I just wanted to chat with my people. But we were talking about this last night. The reactions from him and like lawyers like him and EDB and Runkle and some of these that like I really, and Rob, from Law and Lumber, like some of these ones that I really respect, hearing their perspectives on this has been kind of like this big reminder to just trust my gut. That I'm not going crazy, that like I need to stop doubting myself sometimes, because I feel like, especially with as much hate is involved in this trial, it starts making you kind of second guess yourself. Am I crazy? Like, why am I crazy? And then when I see people like that are, this whole time I've gone and watched some of their reactions on things, and seeing them react to the same things that I have and say some of the same things that I have, and actually some of it eerily similar. Like some of the things that I've heard Peter and Emily D. Baker say, with both of them, I've heard them say things that are like eerily similar to things that I'm saying in real time. And I'm like, okay, I'm not so crazy after all. Well, I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but at least, it's kind of like a reminder that, I can trust myself. Don't get that butter sauce on Lucy's chicken finger. The consciousness of guilt argument is gross, misleading. Yeah, it's gross. And if it's allowed, then I'm going to probably start throwing things. Just because it's gross. Gross is the perfect word for it. It really is. Especially because it's like, oh, she deleted ring videos. Bruh, it was your witnesses who came up here and said that, like, there's no evidence of that. That there's nothing that shows that she deleted anything. And in the home computer where they're saying that she had access to it, there's no login on that. There's no email login for that. These people. These people. These people. Tom CPU showed a huge crowd. Oh yeah, he's live, isn't he? Let's see what he's got going on. Let's see what he's got himself going on. Here, let me put his link so y'all can... I don't want to just show his stuff without... give you his link so you can give him a subscribe to thank him for letting us look at his stuff. He's been a huge supporter of her. He's been out there. All right, here's the link to him. What a ride this has been. All right, there we go. All right, I put his
Yeah, I'm glad to see.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
All right, thank you so much.
Hi.
Yeah, it is
Hold on one
validating.
second. I wasn't. I got the trial on ready. And the glasses. Yes, please. I'm like weird with selfies. Yeah. I'll share them with you.
EDB did a good recap too, but did say there's a possibility of the jury convicting based on involuntary manslaughter, leaving him there.
I know. Let's go. Hold on.
She is a prosecutor and has experience with that. To me personally, if the car didn't hit him, I don't know how you could convict her on any of that.
People don't know what we went through, do they?
Like, you can't say,
Bad stuff.
in my opinion,
Yeah.
for me personally,
Crap.
I wouldn't be able to say, you know, oh, I think she didn't do it on purpose, but she did it even though the car didn't hit him. Like, that's not common sense. But juries don't always have common sense.
And who else?
I don't know. My daughter Remy.
Tell Trish where you're at.
Trish knows where I'm at. I've been texting her.
About me and Trish.
Oh my gosh, wouldn't that be crazy?
Yeah.
Fuck her. They were looking for somebody from out of state. Yeah, interview.
Wouldn't that be crazy?
Who do you want to say hi to? Tell me you saw Karen.
Good morning, good morning.
I saw Turtle Boy. I saw Paul. I saw the judge. Yay, it's my birthday. We're gonna
I watched this trial. I'm plenty smart. You're not crazy, neither am I. I don't know what those people are smoking. Like the amount of like people, and it's happened this whole time. People watching, and it's like I'll watch this, and then I'll look at social media, and I'm like, these people are watching two different trials.
Huh? Really?
Crazy.
I haven't heard a thing. You serious?
Why would I lie to
No,
you?
I don't know. I know that. I'm just curious. Wow. I'll have to check on that.
Hid the murder weapon. Oh,
That'd be bad.
that was ridiculous. Hello, hello. Hello, good morning. Y'all come on in. Take your seats. It's a big day. Will there be any accountability for those who lied and covered up? Nope. Unless, I mean,
Hey. Yeah? Yeah?
unless
It's
stuff comes out about the, you know,
plastic is deteriorating.
the police
Like the plastic is
doing,
starting to break down itself. You touch it, it falls apart. Like little crumbs.
you know,
But,
having some kind of accountability for the, like if the federal investigation
yeah, I know. It
causes them to have some kind of accountability for the police that
Three-quarter life crisis.
had parts in
Hey,
this that, you
you
know,
gonna come? You gonna come down, say hi?
but other than that, no.
Okay. This is something. It's so electric. The people are amazing. Every one of them.
Tina, thank you so much. You've been spot on this whole trial, Brandy. You did amazing on this one. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. This one has been really, really hard. I have lost people who I thought were friends, and I have, you know, second guessed myself, which I'll never do again. I have,
Nice.
like, it has put me through it, but I tell you what, I wouldn't change my coverage of it because
Yeah, live. How you?
I did it exactly how I wanted to do it.
How are you? What's your name? Hi, Neil. It's a pretty name, huh?
And who are you saying hello to? My cousin Ken. She's watching from Illinois.
From Illinois.
2 hours of closing, 1 hour for jury instructions.
Sign too? Nice.
Deliberations start around 11. What's over, under, on how long deliberate? What do y'all think? Let's do a poll.
What do we think's gonna happen today?
Yep, I think they are.
Yep.
Do you think the people here are nice? Yeah. Okay. Well, all the
Okay,
people are-
when
you'll
do
find out.
you think
And listen,
verdict
talk over there, I
will
think somewhere
come
we can draw
in?
pictures on the- as much
We'll
as you
do
want.
today,
Wipe out the sidewalk if you want.
tomorrow.
Good. How are you? Good to
What's
see
tomorrow?
you.
Wednesday? Thursday? Friday or later?
picture?
Start poll. Let's see what y'all say.
No? I like the shirts. Hold on. Perfect. I love them. I got one too. All right. Where are we going here?
What, if anything, will Lally be doing after today? He's going to get rehomed.
Any way you can. And you got your home. Now, do you know where the buffer zone is? Oh, it's at that red dot. Okay.
Think it's to kick out Turtle Boy. Well, there's no restraining order, I believe. So,
What?
and they're no longer witnesses. So I don't know that that would work.
Oh, that's Renee.
We'll have to find out. We'll have to find out. Oh, I'm behind on chat, aren't I? I've just been a talking. I've just been a talking. Oh, if they're there, they might cause a scene when,
Good.
if there's a verdict.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, how are you, my little one? You're a good one. You're such a good one. So good. You're such a good one. Such a good girl. So good. Hi. Don't give me no lip. Cutest thing.
Oh, I'm like way behind on chat.
I want to say hi to my friend that's in England. Okay.
Can you believe this time last week we were saying, oh my God, will this ever end?
Let's hope.
Will it ever end?
Awesome.
I have made some very good friends. That is true. We've had, our little community has
There's so much here going on, guys.
lost some and grown some.
Both
Oh my
sides of the
goodness.
road.
Candace. Candace Hoff, thank you so much. I was blessed and now you are too. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It matters.
That's very generous. Thank you so much.
It all works. Yeah. You know what's up then. All right. Listen,
I
we gotta
appreciate
bang out
that.
the end of Birchmore
That is
next,
very
all right? You
generous.
with me? Are you kidding me? Yeah, I know. You got me. Yeah. All right, bud. Love ya.
I feel like yesterday was the first day that I was like able to like take a deep breath.
Which was somewhere here. Yeah, it looks like her. All right. Don't play in the
Kathy
road.
says it will come today.
How are you?
Verdict will come today.
Good. How are you?
Just like you're on TV. Hi, how are you? Good. You see my haircut?
No.
Conservative Husker says tomorrow afternoon.
See ya. How's your day going? Family down. Yeah. Oh, everyone. All right.
Laura says today. I think they will deliberate for an hour.
So where you guys from, all?
Sushi Addict says less than 2 hours.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And you brought the kids? Nice.
So far, half of y'all think today, and then the other half is split into.
Got it. Shortest verdict on trial.
Oh.
Yeah. We hope. Wow. All right, guys.
I heard them. I heard them. Christy, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being a bright, positive light through this all. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Kaylee May, I saw this fake attorney yesterday said that they need to stop picking on him for his what if anything. No, sir, I will not. Do you know how many like attorneys are able to get questioning in without saying that on everything? It's not just a time-honored way of forming a question. It's the amount of times that he says it because he doesn't know how else to try to make something not leading. And even then, he is still constantly doing leading questions. She's constantly having to tell him to rephrase it. So no, I will not stop picking on him for what if anything. I posted something this morning that's I see all these notifications going on X for it, and because I know it's going to piss some people off, and I'm just like, let me just start this before trial starts and then let them blow up over it. This will be fun. And then just not pay attention to it, and which is exactly what I'm doing. And I see it blowing up, and I'm sure it's pissing people off. That's okay. Be mad while I'm sitting here eating my frozen chicken fingers with my people. with my people. Will Karen move out of that place and far, far away? Well, she lives in Mansfield. Or she did. I don't know if she's moved since then. She's an outsider. So, Matt, I'm so sorry. Today is the 19th anniversary of my son's murder and mom's death by shock. Can I dream of vicarious justice by seeing the McAlberts being held accountable? I'm so sorry. I'm glad that you've been here with us through this. I know that you said that maybe doing trials this time of year is probably not a good idea for you in the future, but which I completely understand, but I'm glad that you've been here with us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Imagine they just look at one another before they leave the courtroom and are all like, we're good, right? Really, this trial is coming to an end, but going to miss this community. Great job, Brandy. Thank you so much. But also, you know, we were talking about this a little bit on the members live last night. I keep talking about Sandra Birchmore and like how, you know, I'm thinking about covering that in the podcast next. I think that this community is so riled up over like seeing justice, you know, hopefully happening here. Well, we're never going to get full justice here because there's so many things that were done wrong. But seeing it starting to, you know, all this attention on it, I think Sandra Birchmore's case should be next. I have said before, like that's what I'm gonna talk about that next on the podcast. I think this community is like so banded together. I think it's a great opportunity. Hallelujah. Vinny from Court TV was on his podcast saying normally for 1 day of testimony, it's 1 hour deliberation and or 1 week of testimony, 1 day of deliberations. That's interesting. Which I know that's not always, but because you look at like Murdoch and that was like, what, 3 hours? But also so much of that was the financial stuff. So that's interesting. Okay, so how many weeks has this been? 1 million days. 1 week is 1 day of deliberation. So this has been people screaming in the hall. According to Emily D. Baker, DUI alone is not on the table. Yeah, it's like they said when they were talking about the lessers yesterday, they put it like operating. I can't remember how exactly they word it. They said that's not included as an only thing. It's like a operating the vehicle while under the influence of liquor and so, I don't know. I don't remember exactly how they worded it, but it's like but they were saying it's being included as a like the DUI part as with the one of the other charges. I mean, they can't really do a DUI alone because Lord knows everybody in Canton would be. Everything she says is laughable. It's ridiculous. What are the chances that the McAlbers get arrested today? 0. Unless they act a fool at the courthouse, which is wouldn't surprise me. But the thing is, they're not going to pursue anything against them, even if they think that they did anything. Because now they've spent all this time saying that it was Karen Reed. CJ's Mom 55, good morning from Los Angeles, California. Oh, you're up early. I just visited all the YouTube creators to give them a like, but this is my home base. Love 13 Juror family. Free Karen Reed, justice for Officer John O'Keefe. What happened? It went black. It went black. What happened? I saw that Recovery Act's doing Wade Wilson sentencing today, right? Get him loose. Get him. I'm going to get another channel pulled up just in case this is my favorite feed because the sound is the best on this one. But just in case it gets black again. And actually, CJ's mom is a good idea. I need to go in and I want to go to all the people who've been covering Karen Reed fairly. I won't even say fairly because some of them have not been fairly, but they have been supportive of her innocence. But I didn't want to go support all of them because Lord knows we've all caught some hell. Even EDB had a problem with how many times he said what if any. He says it's so many. Elaine ruined us for the what if anythings. What did you say on it? Oh. Hold on, let me pull it up. I'll pull it up without looking at the actual comments. This is what I said. A reminder going into today. Things that don't matter. Butt dials, snow, Canton High School girls basketball team losing in overtime, a Google search, the ass that you made of yourself for the last few months treating people like shit because they saw problems, weed whackers and white claws, whether or not Chris Albert won the weight loss competition, where Higgins' Jeep was or was not parked, if she said, did I hit him, I hit him,
You are unmuted.
which front door was used, RBF, why Chloe didn't bark and nobody came outside, angry voicemails, hold on. She needs to see them at sidebar. I know. It's every freaking morning. Weed whackers and white claws. Which front door was used? RBF. Why Chloe didn't bark and nobody came outside. Angry voicemails. Missing ring videos. Laura Sullivan's little sister. How much you hate Turtle Boy. Or your feelings. Those are the things that don't matter today. What does matter? Karen Reed's SUV did not hit John O'Keefe. You can't argue with science and physics. So I know I'll catch some.
To see counsel at sidebar.
Shocker! Shocker! Look, there's Brian Albert, Jen McCabe. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me put this at playback speed. Ugh. Love your coverage of this trial. Hope it's a good day for you and you hit 25. Oh yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. We need 50 more. 50 more. That's kind of cool. It's Carrie Roberts. And I see Rocco in there. He's been one of the biggest supporters too of Karen Reed. Nene says, what, if any, trial will we be watching next? I'm just kidding. It actually says any decision on what trial we'll be watching next. I'm not really sure. I have been so overwhelmed with this one that I have not. It's either going to be I don't know. Once I can get this one behind me a little bit, I will I'll make up my mind. The Black Swan trial is one I've been wanting to cover. Chad Doerman is one that I may cover, but man, it's going to be hard. I may end up just doing like recaps on that one. I don't know. I just need a little bit of a break and then I'll figure out. Charmaine, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. I'm so glad I found your site, Brandy, via Facebook to Turtle Boy, and somehow I ended up. It's okay. Calm down. Lucy's mad. Somehow I ended up here. Thank you, Brandy. I'm never leaving. You're stuck with me. Good. I'm glad. Welcome. Welcome. Brandy will take Bev down for looking at her crash daddy. He's the only guy without a beard. I think I've been like. My mom said in the Facebook group, she was like, oh, my new son-in-law, he's handsome. Tony's Place says no verdict today. They still have closing arguments and jury instructions. Yeah, but their closing arguments are limited to an hour. And today's a full day. So if they're limited to an hour each, jury instructions for maybe an hour, all of their side nonsense for, however long, it's not impossible. My guess would be maybe tomorrow, but I don't know though, because after those last two, like you're not needing to prove what happened. You're needing to prove that exactly what they said happened. And those two crash daddies, like that, they handed up reasonable doubt on a platter. And that's all you need. You don't have to believe that Jen McCabe had anything to do with it, or that Brian Albert or Colin Albert had anything to do with it, or that, Higgins had anything to do. Like, you don't have to believe any of that. You don't have to believe that he was in the house. You don't have to believe he was in the basement. You don't have to believe that, none of that matters. All that matters is, did she hit him with her car? And they gave reasonable doubt. So they are on a sidebar. They're talking to a juror. Sidebar. This is one of the jurors that has apparently been very animated. One of the jurors has just been brought up into the courtroom. She enters with her hands on her hips and walks up to the bench. The judge is speaking with her. This is one of the jurors that was previously questioned by the judge prior to another juror being dismissed. She's standing with her arms crossed. Great. Now what? This juror had been very engaged during the trial. Sue O'Connell said, I often cite her reactions. What now? What, if anything, now? The dude abides. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You've been a joy to watch through this. I'm glad I found your channel. Thanks for your dedication. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. The juror just shrugged her shoulders as the judge said something to her. Now she steps away from the bench. The judge and the lawyers are talking. I'm curious, who in here Sue says the juror steps to the side as the judge and counsel discuss. The juror is dressed very professionally today. Who in here is like who came during this trial? I know we have a lot of our OGs and then some of the people who've come in other trials. Who all in here is here like this is their first trial with us? Hi, Jessica. Hello, my friend. The juror has a determined look on her face. She's standing with her arms crossed and her back against the wall as the judge and lawyers talk. One of the court officers just led her out of the courtroom. Hear ye, hear ye. Most of the comments aren't bad at all unless I'm missing something. Oh, that's surprising. I don't look. I stopped looking at comments a few days ago because people are nuts. The sidebar conference continues with the judge, defense, and prosecution. I am way behind on chat. I just love hearing y'all, seeing what y'all are saying. And then I get behind on chat. Let me skip ahead some. Brady needs a vacation and not to Canton. Not to Canton. It's funny though how like I've had some of the locals that I've been talking to, especially. I've had people ask me, like hey, you want to come? Like I had somebody who owns a restaurant. It's like, hey, if you want to come, your dinner is on us every night. And people have offered to, let me come stay with them and stuff. And like, it's, so not everybody in Canton is like that. Some of them don't live in Canton though. Some of them live like kind of around, but. Jenny C, thank you for the super chat. I can't wait to see their faces, Albertson McCabe's, after they acquit her. Oh gosh, I feel like it's going to be. Do any of you think that it's possible that they could convict her? After the Crash Daddies, I don't see how they could, but. Charmaine over 3 whole months. I'm so nervous for Karen right now. The judge leaves the bench. Lawyers return to their tables. Reed and her attorneys are standing in a huddle. Lally is sitting at the table reviewing notes. What the heck is happening? What the heck is happening? The Karen Ray trial is this generation's O.J. Simpson trial will forever be argued either way. It will forever be. It will forever be argued, and I don't think that anybody's going to. I don't think that anybody's going to change their mind at this point. EDB said that jury instructions might only take 30 minutes or so. Yeah, I estimated an hour just because Bev be Bevin, y'all. She takes her precious time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I saw that. I talked to Sue this morning and I was like, I messaged her and I said, you have gone through crap during this. And I was like, I appreciate you like remaining fair during all this and not being bullied into reporting one way or the other. Cause they've tried to do that to me too, like bully me into reporting how they wanted me to. I'm not going to do it. I'm seeing a bunch of y'all. Saying first time. First time. Holly Berry said, oh, gee, baby. Yeah, Holly Berry was in very first stream. Very first stream. It is a tough trial to start with. You know, it's interesting though, because I lost some of my first members and people who I thought were friends. And even one that was a friend, like that we were friends like outside of this. Like we met in real life before we ever interacted online. Like, and that's how crazy this is. They rehomed a juror. It says that the huddle is still going on. You're down to 13. Your magical number. Magical number! Yeah, we saw. I watched Your Honor on Netflix, and it has me questioning lawyers and judges. I love that show. I didn't know it was on Netflix now, but it was on, I think it was originally on like Showtime or something. And I started watching that a couple years ago. And then the first season was incredible. Second season was really good too, but that first season especially was like, woo! But man, that is a good show. Jessica says, I have a guest room and it's beautiful here. Let's go to Fredericksburg, wine country. Yes! Yes. Let's do it. Jessica and I have fun when we hang out. The juror being questioned had a face like Brandy. She couldn't hide her feelings. Cannot fix my face. Could y'all imagine me on an actual jury? Not that they would ever pick me because of this, but... Ghoulpool says, hi, Brandy. I'm new here. I'm born and raised in Canton. Graduated in 2006. Welcome. Welcome. See, not everybody in Canton is crazy. Just be getting wild in Canton. Just be getting wild. Was shocked by the OJ and the Casey Anthony verdicts. I think everybody was. Boston cops have always been crooked, big part of Boston history. Yeah, there's some really interesting documentaries on it. Like Trial 4 is one of them. And Rosemary, what's Rosemary's last name? She was the attorney on Kara Rentala's trial too. The judge is in her chambers. We are all waiting. Defense still huddles. But she was in Trial 4. That's a really good one, and it's got some good stuff in there about Boston cop corruption. And the other one, oh gosh, I forget the name every time. Y'all are smarter than me, and you remind me. What's the one where the guy, it's like the pregnant girlfriend, or pregnant wife rather, that gets shot in the car, and the way Boston police acted after that one too. There's a good documentary on that on, I think it's on Max or HBO, whatever they call it now. First trial with you here after you chatted with Mandy Matney about the Murdaugh timeline. I love Mandy. It's funny because Mandy and Liz, I did Cup of Justice with them and talked about this case a little bit. And it's funny because neither of them are like talking about how toxic it, like I was talking about how toxic it is and stuff. And like, I think because they had so much toxic stuff happening in, in Murdaugh, I think like both of them were like, I don't want to touch it. I don't blame them. Don't blame them. I'm excited to, I've got like the last few episodes of their stuff I need to catch up on too when I finally have time to live my life. I'm excited to get into their new case. We need 42 more. know, with so many people being new here too, this will be, I gotta find them since I rearranged everything. I'll have to find them at lunch break. I rearranged everything in here and I put them somewhere. So we'll have to tell the verdict browse story to all the new people. Chrissy H, thank you so much. I think if anything, it's possible for a hung jury. I mean, it could be. I don't see how there could be anything but a conviction. I mean, a acquittal, because a conviction would mean that they proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. And with those last two experts, I don't see how they could. But also, I mean, you see how social media is. But I think with social media, it's different because I think a lot of those people have already committed to what they've said and are, refuse to see facts for what they are and refuse to see evidence for what it is. I think that they have committed so hardcore and, that they wouldn't change. JB member for 1 whole month. 1 whole month. Don't stay with Chloe. The artwork on the Facebook, that was hilarious. My mom thinks that her new son-in-law is very handsome. So funny. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome. Yay. One comment said, "This is a super down the middle approach. I need to give this podcast another chance." Thank you. Ted Daniel said, "I'm told there's a potential juror issue in the Karen Reed trial. I have no idea what it might be." I knew that there were problems in this case, and I was not shy about being very hard on I love you, Jessica. I've been very hard on the investigation, obviously, and the investigators and the evidence. But I wanted to approach this in a way that was open and didn't isolate anybody who disagreed with me. Like, I wanted to approach it in a way that discussed the things that we could all look at and analyze and agree on, but not in a way that would make people who thought she was guilty be like, "I'm not listening to that crap," which some of them did, and that's fine too. But I wanted to be able to point things out in as calmly and factually as possible so that I could highlight the problems to people who would listen, that wouldn't listen to somebody like Turtle Boy, who has a much more aggressive approach. You know what I mean? So that's what I set out to do, and that's what I did, and I am proud of it. Hello, hello. Thank you, thank you. Worse than politics, yeah. I've compared this one to politics a lot because it's like the people who are like the crazy extremists on each side have made it to where everyone else is judging each side by just those extremists, which is very politicky. I'm a lifer. You're stuck with me the next 50, 11 years. 50, 11 years. Oh gosh, if it ended in a mistrial. Ugh. I couldn't imagine the family having to go through this again, much less all of us. That would be. Brandy on a jury would get pulled off to be legal assistants on one side or the other. I am so behind on chat. I just like seeing what y'all say. And then I get to read and then realize how far behind I am. Virginia Little, thank you so much for the super chat. Trial eyebrows. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Charles Stewart. Yes, Charles Stewart. That was it. Gosh, I am behind on chat, aren't I? Robert McNamara, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, Miss Johnson. Member for 13 whole months. Past my first year mark. Woohoo! Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. Thank you. Started watching the lives after hearing the first couple podcast episodes this season and checking out the awesome timelines. Love the research, the vibe, and the impartiality. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I keep looking for the other. I have it set to where it'll notify me for some of the reporters when they tweet, like they're live tweeting. Regina Crawford, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We are proud of you. Thank you so much. I am proud of y'all. Y'all have done really well discussing everything and being kind. Okay, the juror who was questioned this morning has been one of the most visibly engaged with the testimony. She often seemed to be actively listening and at times biting her nails throughout the trial. Could you imagine? Oh my gosh. No. Nope. Nope. Not even going to think about it. Kevin K, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bryce Productions, do you think that Karen Reed is innocent or guilty? I mean, she's not guilty. Like, so therefore she would be innocent. The way that they showed that the injuries could not have come from the car and the car damage could not have come from hitting him. Not guilty all the way. Natalie, oh, gifted membership. Thank you. Thank you. Let me see if I can find anybody else reporting on anything that's. Oh, they're coming back now.
Back in session, you may be seated.
Let's see. I know. I'm nervous too. During the recess, court clerk told us that the judge will choose a four-person if they're willing before the other 11 jurors are randomly selected. That's weird that the judge chooses a four-person. I don't know that I've seen that before. That's quite a sight. All right, I'm going to end the poll. This just ate up an hour of our day. 48% said a verdict will come in today. 42% said tomorrow. 6% said Thursday. 1% said Friday or later. And that was out of 1,000 votes. Oh, did Newman pick the four-person in? I guess I never paid attention to it before. Ow. Oh, gosh. It's interesting that they bring them in. Because think about during closing arguments, the jurors are going to be directly across from three of the people that the defense has insinuated are involved in his murder. And they're going to be directly over there. That's interesting. Yeah, Carrie Roberts is there too. Carrie Roberts, Brian Albert, Jen McCabe, and Colin Albert. And and look, Turtle Boy right behind them. I bet that's not awkward and tense at all. Colin is probably like, I cannot believe they made me come here. Yeah, I bet he does not want to be there. He did not want to pull up. So are Jen and Carrie friends or not? Apparently they had only met the one time before this happened, and now they're friends. She's a talker. Good morning, good morning. Oh. Camera's going up, so they must be bringing in another juror. Let's see what we can find out. Let's see. Oh, we need 39 more to hit 25K. Okay, the camera has been moved to the fan. I expect a juror or the juror to come back in. The judge takes off her glasses, looks out the window, and says something to the defense attorneys. One of the court officers. Oops. Speaks with the courtroom cameraman, who then points the camera back up at the fan. The same juror returns. Strides back in. She has her hands on her hips as she listens to the judge. What the heck is happening right now? Mildred gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The juror exits. I've got Sue O'Connell and David, is it Beineck, whatever, and Ted Daniel. I've got all of them on there that I'm reading. $35 more. That would be pretty crazy. We hit 20,000 subs on the day of opening statements. So it would be really cool to hit 25,000 on the day of closing arguments. The juror leaves. Sidebar continues. Unetti is saying something that makes the judge laugh. Oh, yeah. Let me look at Fall River Report. She's in there, too. Beth Henderson gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see. The judge speaks with the attorneys and then exits the courtroom. Another recess. The juror has been dismissed. Juror number 4 has been dismissed. Y'all, what is even happening right now? She's the one that they said was very into this the whole time. They had to get rid of some of them anyway, yes, but oops, where did that go? Everything just moved. But normally that doesn't happen until after closing arguments are done. Yeah, Fall River Reporter said juror number 4. Yeah, she's the one that they've said has been the most attentive. On the last day. So far, no reason why the juror has been dismissed. She left the courtroom looking very unpleased about the decision. That's really interesting because it makes me wonder because she's been one of the ones that has been so animated. It's crazy. I wonder what happened. 14 jurors remain. They stacked the jury box during selection to have enough ready to deliberate in case some were lost during the way. Yeah, it's supposedly done with the lottery system, but this is Canton. So, like, I've been in ones where, like, when I went to Charlie, I was at Charlie Adelson's trial, and the juror who was so animated on that one, the seat that he was in, they said that, I guess, like, they don't announce this to the jurors, obviously. But the seat, the two seats that are like on the back, or three seats or whatever it was, that are on the back row and closest to the door, those are the alternate jurors. So those are the ones who are dismissed at the end of the trial. And one of the court officers had told us that, because I was like, he was so animated and like to the point of like I could see him and Charlie Adelson being best friends. And when anything was said, confirmed that she is dismissed, at least 14 jurors, 12 plus 2 alternates. We ended jury selection with 19, started testimony with 17. So that juror was concerning because he was so animated. And even like when, when the defense would be talking, he would always be like, and he'd be leaning up like this, like all into it. It was crazy. And I was in chat because Jessica was watching, and there were a couple days where Kathy did the stream and then Jessica did it. And so I was in chat, giving updates on the jury. And I was telling everybody, I was like, y'all, this one's a problem. And then but then the court officer told us like, oh yeah, those are the alternate seats. So. OG Sean White, thank you. Yes, juror was dismissed. Okay, the jury enters and the judge enters. I can't wait to hear what that juror has to say.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Kenobi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the Fudley County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Well, I don't know how many times I start in the morning by saying we appreciate your patience, but today is one of those days. Again, we appreciate your patience. You may notice that one of your fellow jurors is not sitting with us today. I can assure you that that is because of an issue that is just personal to that juror and has nothing to do with any concern of any of you. So please disregard that, okay? I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? So now we're at the point of the trial where the lawyers get to do their closing arguments for you. I've given them each an hour to do so, and they both tell me that they want me to give a 5-minute warning. I just don't want you to think I'm scolding them when I give a 5-minute warning, so we'll let them do that. When I was a trial lawyer, I tried a lot of cases in this courtroom. The thing I liked least about the trial was just before I stood up to give my closing argument, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. So because of that, you have to put your notebooks away. All right, so if you just put your notebooks away and just listen, And though the closing arguments are not evidence, they're certainly a very important part of the case. And we've all seen how hard the lawyers have worked for this long period of time. And we've all noticed that you've paid great attention throughout the entire trial. I'd ask that you extend your courtesy to the closing arguments. And in Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, the Commonwealth goes last. So we will hear now from Mr. Jackson.
Here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to deceive you. Conflicts of interest? Doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs, magic glass. Look the other way. Late night calls and Google searches, falsified affidavits, inverted videos, and butt dials galore. Just look the other way. That's what they want. That's what they're counting on, but the uncontrovertible fact is you have been lied to in this courtroom. And your job is to make sure you don't ever look the other way. Your singular duty is to stare down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Karen Reed and the tyranny of injustice. It's a job you didn't ask for, probably a job you didn't want, but it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America, lest the government stop answering to us and we start answering to the government. And woe betide any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor. Preparing for today, I was reminded of a quote. It's a quote about the truth, and I want to share it with you. It is of great importance to set a resolution never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time and a third. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening, how he would make a case, how he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth, how he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You may ask yourself, how does this happen? How could this happen? It's 2024. Surely people aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to us, just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabe's, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully. You don't have to wonder if they would lie to support their narrative. You need only wonder how many times they did lie. Over and over and over, they and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things, it didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left. They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes. And even when they're caught with their own lies, they won't blink, they don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that could happen in our community. But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep him close. Offer him help. Offer him a gift. Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM card. For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on. Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the witnesses together. Ignore witnesses who don't fit your narrative. Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the evidence. Don't conduct any forensics. Don't document the evidence. Don't document the logs. Don't create any logs whatsoever, and don't maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person and then manipulate that evidence, including videos. Don't turn over videos. Invert videos. Turn 4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m. in affidavits. Turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight. Delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage. Hide personal relationships. Make this case cut and dry and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a Boston cop. But most importantly, pick your patsy and pin it on the girl. It's not that it could happen. It's that every single one of those things I just mentioned did happen right in front of you. But this sort of injustice can't happen in a vacuum. So what about the prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative instead of the other way around? Looks a lot like this. If you don't have actual evidence, just throw every single thing you can against the wall to see what sticks. Drag her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case. The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Read. They desperately resorted to calling witnesses to talk about Karen Read and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children and put them through this ordeal. All to say that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind, too nice, spoiled them too much. Their arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple. Even on January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos. C.F. McCarthy, Waterfall. What are the words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Read and John O'Keefe that night? Getting along, no issues, good mood, happy, affectionate, even lovey-dovey. No issues, no toxicity. They were a loving couple right up until the time Karen Read dropped him off and he walked into 34 Fairview. If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble. Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain witnesses who they say didn't see him go in. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the Alberts in some way or another. That all-powerful Kenton family, it's easy to say, I didn't see something, because how can that really be challenged? Some actually may not have seen John walk into the house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house. And when he was caught and asked to describe that man, he had to. It was a little bit vague, but you remember what he said. He was tall, with dark hair. That was a telling slip of the tongue by Brian Higgins. But what's the real evidence of the unbiased data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock that you heard about in this trial that was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car. So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data, look at this other thing called Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monotonic time, it aligns perfectly. They don't want you to see that. They don't want you to pay attention. They want you to look the other way. But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Reed was gone. She had already left the location. She left at 12:30. Trooper Garino told you that Karen Reed's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time? 12:36. It is undisputed in this case that it's a 6-minute drive on a good day from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows. She was gone by 12:30, and John's phone was taking 36 steps and logging 25 meters at 12:32 after she'd left. So don't be fooled. John walked into that house, after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson prove it. In addition to the Apple Health data, Ryan and Heather both independently testified that they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie, and Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house. Exactly where the Apple Health data places him. So it all fits. And Ryan was right behind her, remember, staring at her taillights, undamaged, brightly lit. That brings up another difficulty for the Commonwealth, and that's their star witness, Jennifer McCabe. You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29 to 12:50. She was very specific about that time frame. But we know that the SUV was gone from 34 Fairview by about 12:30. Had to be in order to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that colloquy back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial. How are those lies connected? And why are they connected? Jennifer McCabe knows. Was she butt dialing John over and over? Or was someone looking for John's phone that went missing? Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They'd been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied, and he wasn't done. His text message, well, meaning, what the hell, Karen? What about me? Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed. He didn't like being ignored. That was pretty clear. So he's 5 or 6 whiskeys deep into the night by this time, and she continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you want to take another look at it. It's at the 11:57 mark, between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John and he motions for him. Come on, come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, "You coming here?" This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night? And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things they could be doing, this is what they were doing just minutes before John O'Keefe walked into that house at 34 Fairview. We know that once John actually did walk in the door, it's about 2 steps, 4 feet or so, 2 steps for an adult male to reach that basement door. Remember, everybody was gathered in the kitchen. That's what Nicole Albert said. And every single witness agreed that at some point, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert left the group and went to another room. Where did they go? Where did they go together? Another important point. Chloe was not upstairs. Brian Albert slipped in one of his in testimony that he provided. Quote, "I was watching Chloe downstairs, monitoring her because of the other people in the house. She's not good with strangers." Remember that testimony. So what happened next? We absolutely know that John was in the house. The data, Ryan, Heather, they all established that. We know that John ascended or descended stairs. We know that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert excused themselves. How long does it take to have a crossword? How long does it take to have a fight? How long would it take for Brian Higgins to say to John, "You know, your girl's been texting me"? A push, a punch, a fall, pull Chloe off his arm, and now it's done. What is that? 5 seconds? 10? Doesn't take long at all. And then the panic sets in. It wasn't intended to go that far, but what's done is done. And then some very, very odd things start happening at the Albert household. Very odd indeed. What do we know? We know through the testimony and key swipes that Brian Higgins very oddly goes directly to Canton Police Department. Why would he do that? After a night of drinking and partying, why go to CPD when you're drunk? What was so important there? He couldn't even get his own story straight. First he said it was administrative work, then he said he was moving cars, then he said it was a factor of both. Is it both? Was it neither? Or was he there to gather intel? Ask yourself, why go? But the odd things keep piling up, and here's another. Chloe was the Albert family pet. Not only did she appear to be gone from the house that morning on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jen McCabe admitted, "Yeah, I didn't see her there." But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehomed, never to be seen again. This was a dog they had had for 7 years. Also a dog who had a bite history. Why was it so important to get rid of that dog? Was there something about the dog they did not want law enforcement to find out? Recall what Dr. Russell said. She's seen up to 1,000 animal attacks. In her expert opinion, John's right arm, those injuries are from an animal, quote, most likely a large dog. And Dr. Russell's testimony, I'll remind you, was undisputed by any witness for the Commonwealth. But there are more odd and unexplained things. After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day, at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins. That call was missed, but 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds. Now that call is odd and suspicious enough, in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more incriminating is that both men, both of them, lied about the calls happening. They both claim astonishingly that those calls are, you probably say it with me, they're butt dials. Amazing. But Albert and Higgins take it a step further. not only did they claim that they were making calls as butt dials, but they were answering calls as butt dials. And Higgins seemed awfully defensive about that call, didn't he? Remember on cross-examination when I was asking him, can you have a conversation in 22 seconds? He unequivocally said, no, that's impossible. It's not reasonable. You can't do it. Well, let's test that out. Hey, did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by the way, come back over. I need help moving something heavy. How long did that take? 15 seconds? Maybe? But the odd behavior isn't done yet. 5 minutes after that call that we just talked about, Jennifer McCabe is on her phone at her house, Google searching how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. That was at 2:27 a.m. That timeline seems to fit, doesn't it? And it fits a very telling and a very clear story. That search became a focal point of the Commonwealth's entire case. This case was starting to look a lot more like the defense of Jennifer McCabe than anything else. That's probably because there is no innocent explanation for that Google search at 2:27 a.m. None. At the end of the day, clearing away all the confusion, the Commonwealth's experts were left with two things that are true. First, neither of their experts could absolutely rule out that Jennifer McCabe made that search at 2:27 a.m. Neither. And second, the only person to use the actual phone model, the actual data, and the actual precise operating system was Rick Green. And he was clear. That search was at or before 2:27 a.m. And then it was deleted. So what else was going on at or around this same time when all this suspicious activity was happening at the Albert house and the McCabe house? 3 minutes after that search and 8 minutes after the Albert Higgins 2:22 a.m. call, Brian Loughran drives down the street in his snowplow. And he told you that there is no body laying on the lawn at 34 Fairview at 2:30 in the morning. Importantly, he didn't just simply say he didn't see a body, he wasn't paying attention. He said there was no body there. He knows the property, he knows the owners, he's grown up with these folks, he passes by all the time, not once, not twice, 3 passes. There was nobody on that lawn, period, at 2:30 a.m. And what other suspicious thing happened that night? By 3:30 a.m., someone moved a Ford Edge in front of the very area that would obstruct the view of where John's body would ultimately be discovered. Who's the only person in this case that you've heard about with a Ford Edge? Brian Albert. Remember, as you're thinking about this, the basement at 34 Fairview is serviced by a bulkhead. It's a quick and convenient door to the backyard. And that backyard is serviced by a side fence. And that side fence is easily accessible to the front yard at the side of the house. Which side of the house? The side where John's body was found. And by 6 a.m., John's body was, in fact, now outside. While this flurry of suspicious activity was going on with the Alberts and the McCabes, what's happening with Karen? All she knows at this point, think about it, at approximately 2:21, she dropped off John, he walked into 34 Fairview, and that's all she knows. She knows nothing else that was going on. So what was she left to think? He goes in to check the party out, but all of a sudden he's not coming back, he's not responding, minutes start to pass, 1 minute turns to 2, 2 turn to 10. Where is he? Why isn't he responding? She's sitting in the cold, dark, freezing outside in the car. Naturally, she's perturbed. Being perturbed turns into being peeved. Being peeved eventually turns into being pissed. By 12:30, Karen's mad. She's left 34 Fairview to make a point, but she's still texting and calling. What could she reasonably be thinking at this point? What's going through her mind? 12:33 turns into 12:34. I can't believe he'd do this to me. 12:34 turns into 12:35. Where is he? Why aren't you answering, John? 12:35 turns to 12:36. Jesus Christ. I'm calling and you're not answering. Where are you? Pick up the phone. But there's still no answer. There's still no response. By 12:37, she's getting furious. She does not know that something has happened to John. She does not know that. So she leaves the first angry voicemail. Illustrates frustration, aggravation, all the normal responses anybody might have, you and I might have. But little did she know. The next open voicemail has Karen parking at John's garage after she gets home. You can hear her heels clicking across the garage floor. For all she knows at this point, John's just drunk, he's been partying, he's hanging out, just forgot about her, blowing her off. But John's still not responding, and as the minutes tick by, Karen becomes increasingly upset. Those are the voicemails that you heard. How could he do this? Why is he ignoring me? Why is he ignoring the kids? Those are the thoughts bearing down on Karen Reed as she sat in an empty house late at night by herself. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not know what had happened to John. But within the next voicemail, you quickly learn what she was thinking and what she was feeling. Now it's 5:23 a.m. She's woken up, she's realized that he hasn't come home and he hasn't responded to a single text, not a single call, and anger quickly turns to panic and abject fear. She's so distraught, she reaches out to him again. John, where the fuck are you? She says through tears and desperation. And at 6:03, her question was answered and her worst fears are realized when she finds his body laying, dying in the cold in Brian Albert's front yard. You heard her, you can feel the grief, you can feel the raw anguish, you could see it. You don't have to wonder the emotional journey that Karen traveled that night. You can see it in the video. You can hear it in the audio. From the time he left her and walked into 34 Fairview and she called, she reached out 53 times. She called him 53 times before finding his body. Think about that. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that she murdered this man. And then after that murder, she called him not once, not twice, 53 times. It makes no sense. What does make sense is that she emotionally moved from anger, then to panic, then to grief. So back at 5:07, when she began her search looking for John, she backed out of the garage, and what would happen next would change the entire course of this case. As she backed out of that garage, she hit John's Traverse and cracked her right rear taillight. Folks, the Commonwealth has one job to do in this courtroom. It's an immutable responsibility to provide you with the truth. That's it. Not to win the case, but to seek justice and to do it through the truth. Ask yourself, did you get that truth from the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth continually tried to tell you that that video showed that the SUV came close to John's Traverse, and it took us showing you the video to unequivocally establish that Karen hit that car and cracked her taillight at 5:07. You can almost hear an audible gasp in the courtroom when we finally showed you the actual video. You can see that tire move. I'm only going to show you one series of exhibits during my entire closing, but it's that important. And it's this. Look at the condition of her taillight when she pulls out of the driveway at 5:07. That taillight, and I'm going to choose my words very carefully here. That taillight is cracked, but it's not completely damaged. And if there was any question in your mind about the level of damage to that taillight at 5:07, all doubt was extinguished when Dighton Police Officer Barros walked into this courtroom. He's a sworn officer. He's not associated with Canton. He's not associated with the Alberts. He's not associated with the McCabe's. He doesn't know Michael Proctor. In other words, he doesn't answer to any of these folks. He's an outsider and he's completely independent. And his words were the following, quote, "That taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. A piece was missing, but not completely damaged." Take a look at this photograph and tell me, which one looks like Officer Barros's description? The one on the left or the one on the right? The reconstructed light on the left is what that light looked like before it was in Trooper Proctor's possession. Remember that. That's what it looked like before Trooper Proctor had access to the SUV. And you have an independent police officer telling you so. You'll recall that after John's body was discovered, Lank, a very good friend of the Alberts, walked into Brian Albert's house and had an off-the-record meeting with him. No one's ever going to know exactly what that meeting was about, what they discussed, because that interview, like everything else in this case, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't memorialized. But we do know that shortly thereafter, the Canton Police Department was recused from the matter entirely. And the case was assigned to one Michael Proctor. You have to believe that when the Alberts found that out, they thought they hit the lottery. They thought they hit the lottery. What are the chances? The department where my brother works, that would have been great to investigate this case, but that department's been recused. That's tough luck. But the guy who catches the case is Michael Proctor, a guy we go back with for decades. At such a break, they probably thought, when this is over, we need to get that dude a gift. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't think that. They said it out loud. But still, you've got to imagine that the Alberts had to be stressed, what with that whole thing about a dead body being on their lawn. That might get some attention, and they had to be wondering, will he set up a crime scene? Is he going to come into the house? Is he going to search the house? Is he going to send in a forensics team? Is he going to interview witnesses? Is he going to take us to the station? Will he take our phones? Will he look at our communications? Will he look at our Google searches? Will he look at our early morning phone calls? Is he going to look in the basement? And Michael Proctor answered every single one of those questions resoundingly. Nope. He's a Boston cop too. And with that, Michael Proctor didn't draw a thin blue line. He erected a tall blue wall. A wall that you can't scale. A wall that Karen Reed certainly couldn't get over. A wall between us and them. A place you folks are not invited. We protect our own. It's us or it's them. And by the way, who's she after all? Nobody. An outsider. This is going to be easy. Or so they thought. Let's look at what Michael Proctor actually did and did not do in this case. One of the consistent issues that's come up throughout this trial is how evidence always seems to be changing and evolving when in Michael Proctor's hands or somebody in his orbit. If it happens once, let's chalk it up to a mistake. Twice, it's starting to look a little bit like incompetence. If that happens every single time, it becomes intentional, which means it becomes corruption. The defense spent some time, we spent some time discussing the tow time that Michael Proctor swore to in affidavits. There was a reason that we believed it was so important, and I want to talk about that for just a quick second. Because this was a concerted effort by Michael Proctor to falsify the time the car was seized, so that no one would know that he actually had possession of the car before the first pieces of taillight were ever discovered at the scene. But he got caught. And when he did, the best he could come up with was it was a typo. Like a dozen times, a typo. You'll remember what that testimony was. The truth is that car was in Michael Proctor's possession from about 4:12 in the afternoon. He said it was 4:16 when he finally had to tell the truth or some version of the truth. Those first pieces of taillight were not found until after 5:45 p.m. That is the very fact that Michael Proctor was trying to hide by those falsified affidavits, saying he didn't seize the car until 5:30. But that wasn't Michael Proctor's only manipulation of the investigation. What about Brian Loughran? You met him. Michael Proctor did his level best to not just hide evidence, but to hide human beings from you and from us. Michael Proctor was informed that the plow drivers were out that night. There would be a witness, potentially along 34 Fairview, at the exact times in question. Even Michael Trotta expressly told Michael Proctor that 34 Fairview had in fact been plowed that morning, and by whom. Proctor not only did not interview Brian Loughran, he never disclosed his name in a single report. He hid him. This is a witness who was literally on 34 Fairview at the time in question where a body was found on the lawn. Wouldn't you want to get the truth from an eyewitness? Wouldn't you want to seek that out? Not if you're Michael Proctor, a close friend of the Alberts. If it were up to Proctor, you literally never would have heard of or from Brian Loughran. That's a scary prospect. I want to touch briefly on the additional physical evidence, or some additional physical evidence presented by the Commonwealth in this case. You'll recall Christina Hanley. She established to a scientific certainty that the glass on the bumper, which was told to you in opening statement, was going to have something to do with this case. The glass on the bumper was going to match that cocktail glass. She told you unequivocally the glass on the bumper did not match the cocktail glass. They came from two different sources. The glass on the bumper has nothing to do with the cocktail glass. So that glass on the bumper had to get there somehow. It didn't get there by being broken from the cocktail glass. See the point? It had to get on the bumper somehow. It didn't jump up there by itself. And what's really interesting is that there was one piece on the bumper, only one, that matched something else in the case. It was a perfect match to a piece of glass that was supposedly found at the scene. Who do you think had possession of that matching glass? Michael Proctor. So the glass on the bumper had to be placed there, and the only person who had anything close to matching the pieces that had to be placed there is Michael Proctor. You do the math. That leads us to the magic hair. The Commonwealth spent a lot of time bringing in experts about mitochondrial DNA and maternal DNA lines and comparative analyses, and all that sounds really great and really sciencey, except for the fact that it just doesn't matter. Why? Because you would have to believe that that little hair, tiny, tiny little hair, barely perched on the side of that SUV survived nearly 75 miles of a raging blizzard outside. That would be a magic hair indeed. That magic hair means nothing. The DNA means nothing, and that's because the hair was from somewhere else. It certainly was not from a motor vehicle incident at 34 Fairview on January 29th. That hair was placed there. The DNA on the outside of the taillight housing also merits very little discussion. John's DNA would be expected to be found all over that SUV, inside, outside, the exterior, the interior, everything he touched would have had his DNA on it. Here's what's actually important about that DNA. No DNA was found on the interior of that taillight. The taillight that they now claim crashed into his arm and shattered. No blood was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. And no tissue was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. But we're to believe that that taillight literally exploded on John's arm at 25 miles an hour with 1,000 pounds of pressure. We talked about the evidence doing very funny things when in Proctor's possession or the possession of somebody in his orbit. Now think about the videos that you saw. How many videos appear to be somehow manipulated or altered? Just about every single one of them. Look at the video of the Sally port. Let's take that one for example, that grainy one. It's missing the exact time that would show the condition of the taillight when it was pulled in to the Sally port. Pretty important time, wouldn't you think? Did someone not want you to see what the condition of the taillight was at that exact time? But the good news is there's a second video. It's much clearer. And it's from the same time frame. We didn't get that one for about 2.5 years into the investigation. Literally, it was after the trial started that one was turned over. And this is important. The Commonwealth introduced you to a person by the name of Yuri Buchanan. They presented video showing what was clearly the right side of the car. They asked questions about the right side of the car. You'll recall, Mr. Lally asked Sergeant Buchanan, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go at, or near the right side of that taillight? And while he was asking the question, what appeared to be the right side of the car was looking at you. The video was still up. Buchanan paused, turned earnestly into the microphone, stared at you and said, "Never. We never went anywhere around that taillight," while he was showing you the right side of the car. And that trick might have worked until we got up to cross-examine him. And only then, on the second day of his testimony, did he have to admit that the video was actually inverted. It was backward. And it was cleverly inverted at that. The timestamp had the proper orientation, which means that timestamp had to be removed, the video inverted, and the timestamp placed back on it, which means that was done intentionally. That was not a mistake. And when caught in that obvious fabrication, Buchanan doubled down and said, "It's exactly the same." You remember that back and forth. "It's exactly the same," he said, as if we're stupid. Is it exactly the same, or is it exactly opposite? Ladies and gentlemen, you were lied to. There is no other way to say it. It's inexcusable. It's abhorrent. But it's also a paradigm of everything that the investigators have been willing to do in this case: lie, obfuscate, manipulate, alter. And when they're caught, they just excuse it away. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. What's the big deal? Just look the other way. And don't forget, Buchanan is Proctor's supervisor, and he was in that little group chat where Karen Reed's naked photos were being searched for. You know the saying about the apple falling from the tree. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't even started talking about the taillight yet. You'll recall that at the very beginning of this case, you were introduced to no fewer than 5 CPD officers very early on who searched the scene. None of them, not a single one, found any taillight material at the scene. 0. Stephen Seraph, Sean Good, Stephen Mulaney, Michael Lank, Paul Gallagher, they were all there. They were all walking right around there. They were all looking. They were searching with their eyes. They were searching with their hands. Some said they were searching with their feet. They even used tools, a leaf blower. Not one piece of bright red taillight material was at the scene, not a single piece, but incredibly, over the course of the next 3 weeks, according to Michael Proctor, 47 pieces of taillight material would end up being found, some of which were the size of a salad plate. The CERT team shows up later on January 29th, and according to O'Hara, the first few pieces of taillight were found about 5:45. And here's some interesting testimony that you heard. Who else was there? Who did O'Hara say was there? Well, he said his team was there. We certainly expected that, but then he said there were others. These other mysterious figures, some from Canton PD, some from the Massachusetts State Police, that he could not account for. Heavy coats, big masks, hats. Even Lieutenant O'Hara could not tell who was who, but he did note Canton police officers were there who were unaccounted for. Massachusetts state troopers were there unaccounted for. And during that search that was overseen by Trooper Tully, Proctor's supervisor, 3 pieces of taillight material were found. That's super important, and I want to concentrate on that for a second. O'Hara said all 3 pieces were in an area about 12 inches square. That's an area about as big as your dinner plate. Tully, however, claimed that 1 red piece was found. About 3 feet away from that was a shoe. About 1 to 2 feet from that was a clear piece of plastic, and a few feet away from that was a red piece of plastic. So we have red, clear, and red over the span of about, added up, probably 10 or 12 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, both of those things cannot be true. Somebody is taking liberties with the facts. Then Lieutenant Tully comes to court and makes this big grand gesture of opening all these evidence bags. These 2 evidence bags in particular represent exactly what we're talking about, those 3 pieces, red, clear, red. They're marked, they're sealed, they look official. They're not stop and shop bags, thank God. At least they've moved up from that. They've even got evidence tape on them. Who knew? There's evidence tape around here. So this must be real evidence, right? It must be real evidence in this case. And after making that big theatrical display, he opens up the bag with the red pieces and he pulls 2 pieces out. That's okay. Put the 2 red pieces together. Good so far. Then he opens up the second bag under Mr. Lowley's questioning. And you remember he hesitated just a second. Opened that bag and pulled out 1 piece of clear plastic. then pulled out a second piece of clear plastic with no explanation as to how that could have possibly happened. And he quickly returned all 4 of those back into the bag, sealed them up, and we're done for the day. The next day, I asked about that evidence again. I asked him to open up that bag with the red pieces, and he did the same thing. Pulled out 2 red pieces of plastic. And I said, you'll recall this, I said, look deeper, look closer, sir. Pull everything out of that bag. Would he have had I not suggested it? And then he pulled a 3rd piece of red plastic out of the bag. So miraculously, Trooper Tully's 3 pieces of plastic became 5 pieces of plastic right before your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the forces at play that multiplied those pieces of plastic inside those evidence bags are the same forces at play that multiplied the pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview. Think about that. Let that sink in for a second. How easy is it? That's not sloppiness. That's evidence manipulation. That's how over the course of 3 weeks, those pieces of plastic go from 0 to 3 to 5 to 47. Ever increasing in size with every single search. Now, knowing all that, ask yourself the looming question, who had access to that taillight, the cracked taillight? Who was it? Go back and watch the Sally Port video. I'll give you the timestamp, 5:37. And see it for yourself. We know that Trooper Proctor, with binder in hand, walked by himself. Once we corrected the video from being inverted, you can see that he walked back by himself to the right rear tail light where nobody could see what he was doing. Higgins' own key swipes put him in the Sally Port that same afternoon and evening. And then the Sally Port video magically skips and Chief Berkowitz appears right next to Proctor at the back of that vehicle in the same spot, and they walk out of the Sally Port together. Where were they going? Remember O'Hara? Unidentified troopers in Canton Cops were at the search at 34 Fairview. How hard is it to drop a piece of plastic? We spent a long time talking about the compromised and altered and tampered and manipulated evidence, and now I want to switch and talk a little bit about the true facts in this case, because you did hear some true evidence and true facts. The Commonwealth presented about 67, maybe, and expended 30 plus days of trial and 9 weeks of your life. Maybe we're in the 10th week. For what? It should be relatively simple, right? The Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed pulled up to 34 Fairview, John got out of the car, she reversed into him and hit him, and then she drove home. That's 4 facts. It's just 4 facts, that's all it is. What evidence do they actually have to prove that that SUV ever hit John? The answer is none. They don't have any. There's no evidence whatsoever that Karen Reed's vehicle ever struck John O'Keefe or that Karen Reed ever wanted to strike John O'Keefe. In fact, every single piece of material evidence in this case unequivocally proves the opposite. John went into that house. That SUV was not damaged by hitting John, and John's injuries did not come from being hit by a car. That's what the evidence actually shows. The Commonwealth knows that, and they've known it for a long time, and Proctor knows that. And because of that, the Commonwealth just resorts to character assassination and talking for weeks on end about the snow. Let's talk about what the real evidence actually shows, the unassailable science. Let's talk about the truth. Concerning John's injuries first, the Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, could not conclude that John was hit by a car. Think about that. And she would not even say that it was a homicide. She told you without any dispute in this case, quote, evidence pointing toward one manner of death is no more compelling than evidence of a competing manner of death, end quote. Her words, not mine. She went on to say it's just as likely that he was punched and fell backward. His injuries are consistent with that. In fact, in her expert opinion, his injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, as she testified, but they are not, in her words, not classical injuries from an auto-pedestrian accident. That by itself is reasonable doubt. But the evidence and the truth goes far further. We introduced you to not one, but 2 thoroughly credentialed medical examiners, or medical experts, Dr. Sheridan and Dr. Russell, both of whom said John's arm injury is consistent with an animal attack. Dr. Russell studied, diagnosed, and treated up to 1,000 animal wounds. She's an expert in animal wounds, and she was unequivocal. Those wounds are from an animal, likely a large dog, which means that John was attacked inside the home where Chloe was. There is no other possibility. And Dr. Sheridan, for his part, with thousands of 13,000 autopsies under his belt, decades of experience as the chief medical examiner who's triple credentialed in anatomical, forensic, and neuropathology, he told you that John's injuries are inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident or incident. They're consistent, however, with a physical altercation. In layman's terms, the science proves John was beaten. That also is reasonable doubt and should end this case. But the facts and evidence don't stop there. Two of the most highly educated and highly qualified engineers you'll ever meet, Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rinchler, mechanical engineer and a
Crash
biomechanist.
Daddies!
They reviewed this case. They did testing, they did analysis, they evaluated the case scientifically. They were not hired by the defense, not by the Commonwealth. They're completely 100% independent of any party in this case. And they were equally available, by the way, to the Commonwealth. They could have called them. They explained that John's injuries were not caused by being hit by Miss Reed's SUV, and that the SUV was not damaged by coming in contact with John O'Keefe's body. That should end the inquiry right there. Both sides of the equation. From a physics, engineering, and biomechanical standpoint, they established that John O'Keefe was not struck by Karen Reed's vehicle, period. And that is yet another fact that establishes reasonable doubt and should put an end to this case. So instead of calling the ARCA experts, which they had available to them, the Commonwealth chose to introduce you to Trooper Joe Paul. You'll remember his testimony. I think I'm being kind when I say that Trooper Paul's analysis lacked credibility. Trooper Paul lacks the experience, the education, the training, the background, and the knowledge to not only render opinions on these issues, but to even understand the issues themselves. He makes the absurd claim that John was hit on the elbow area of his arm by a taillight. He was spun to the left in a pirouette. His arm stayed on the light long enough for the shards of plastic to explode around him, scratching his arm even though he was wearing long sleeves, then projecting him 30 feet to the left, but not before making a stop to hit his head on either the curb or the pavement before coming to his final resting place with his unbroken phone tucked neatly under his body. It's nonsensical. It borders on laughable. Compare that testimony to Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rinchler. Both PhDs in engineering, both top of their field in accident reconstruction, both published peer-review articles on the issues. Both men are highly sought after by the likes of national sports leagues and the United States Department of Defense. And these men are unrivaled in accident reconstruction. What did Dr. Rinchler say before he left the stand? This was even under cross-examination. He said that the physics and the science don't lie. His words were, you can't deny the science and the physics. John wasn't hit by that car, period. The Commonwealth cannot explain John O'Keefe's injuries. They can't explain his head wound. How did he get the head wound if he landed on snow-covered grass and dirt? And by the way, before Mr. Lally gets up and says it, because I know he's going to, there is zero evidence before you, zero, that cold grass and dirt turns into ice or turns into concrete. Zero. They can't explain the injury above his right eye, that laceration. They can't explain his nose. They haven't even tried to. They can't explain the injury to his tongue, the laceration on his tongue. They cannot explain the injuries to the back of his hands, the bruises, and certainly they cannot explain the injuries to his right arm. But maybe most importantly, they cannot and haven't even tried to explain the lack of injuries on John's body from the neck down. Nothing. He was pristine. Not a bump, not a bruise, not a fracture, not a broken bone. Nothing to suggest that he was hit by a 7,000-pound SUV going 25 miles per hour. And what of that right arm? According to the Commonwealth's best and brightest, Trooper Paul, John absorbed the entirety of the collision, the whole collision, with that 3.5-ton SUV entirely with his right arm, launching him some 30 feet. But amazingly, the arm suffered no break, no fracture, and didn't even get a bruise. So how are those injuries properly explained? The evidence is simple. John got into an altercation. He was punched. He tried to defend himself by putting his hands up. He may have even scratched his own nose by putting his hands in front of his face to defend himself. His hands were bruised in the covering up.
Five minutes, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As he continued, he got hit, punch went through, and he fell to the ground, fracturing his skull. At some point during that altercation, the dog got a hold of him, and the dog was pulled away. Every single injury is answered. Every single injury is explained by that. Ladies and gentlemen, given what we know about the facts and the physical evidence in this case, the actual truth in this case, how did this happen? How did we end up here? We ended up here because of relationships, insider trading, playing the who you know game, and building a tall blue wall, which takes decades and generations. But the real question is it going to continue? Will this festering malignancy that allows a lead detective and his supervisor to gloat and sneer while looking over naked pictures or looking for naked pictures of the woman that they've targeted, will that continue? And the answer should be, not if you have anything to say about it. Michael Proctor is the lead investigator in this case, and much as the Commonwealth might try, they cannot distance themselves from the stench of him on this case and this investigation. Those secret group chats illustrate the quality and character of his investigation. Remind yourself how an, quote, unbiased and an objective investigator, someone who's supposed to be looking for facts. Ask yourself, how did he approach his job? Late at night, sitting there in his office, deviously looking for naked pictures of Karen Reed and talking about her like she's a piece of meat. Talking about her bodily functions, her medical conditions, calling her vile names. I don't even have it in me to repeat what he said about her. He reduced her to an object. And he went further by insulting her. He went further than insulting her, and he dehumanized her. And when he was done betraying that very humanity, he wished for her to commit suicide. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you frame someone. That's how you dehumanize someone so viciously that you can just pin it on the girl and cover for the homeowner because he's a Boston cop. That's how you rip a person's life apart and sleep like a baby while doing it. And then further that by saying, I hope she kills herself. Ladies and gentlemen, I just began the discussion this afternoon or this morning with a quote about the truth, and I did that because that's what this case is about. Top to bottom, tip to tail, it's about the truth. Not hiding it or concealing it, but exposing the truth. The truth is immutable. It's not a feeling, it's not a whim. It's unflinching, it's unchanging, and it's everlasting. That's why the law is steady. That's why it's not captive to the whims of people drunk with power who think they're above the law, who think they're above scrutiny. That's why you stand as the guardian of justice and the protector of justice. The law demands the very integrity that Trooper Proctor and his investigation lacks, and it requires that you cannot convict Karen Reed unless the Commonwealth has met its incredibly high burden to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And a moral certainty is defined as the highest degree of certainty possible in matters related to human affairs. It's the highest degree possible in your life. That's the level of certainty. And I'll leave you with this. You have the most powerful tool known to American jurisprudence because you have your vote. No one can take that away from you. Not me, not the Commonwealth, not the court. You may not have asked to be here, but each of you have given something very special of yourselves. You've agreed to do that which is the highest calling a citizen can answer in any way. You've agreed to give your community your best. And my question to you is, what will you do with this moment? Ignore the lies and the manipulations, the misogyny, the bias, the lack of evidence? Could you ever do that? Would you ever do that? Or will you say with your verdict, I see the truth and I will not ever look the other way? When you stare the truth down, you'll see that the Commonwealth has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt into a moral certainty, not even close. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed is innocent. Do justice and find her not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, God.
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Those are the words of the defendant. 4 times. You heard testimony from 4 different witnesses who
It was 3
overheard
times.
and observed
Already
those
your facts are
statements
off.
from the defendant on January 29th, 2022. You heard testimony from firefighter Timothy Nuttall. He was trying to bag valve mask Mr. O'Keefe. He was working on resuscitative efforts to try to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. He asked if anyone saw anything or knew what happened, and the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Firefighter Anthony Flamati was asking if anyone had information on why Mr. O'Keefe was there in the snow. The defendant repeatedly said, I hit him, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him. Firefighter Katie McLaughlin was tasked by firefighter Flamati with asking for biographical information and for what the cause was of the traumatic injuries that all the firefighters testified that they observed on Mr. O'Keefe. She asked the defendant, and the defendant said, I hit him, repeatedly. Firefighter McLaughlin asked for clarification. You did what? And the defendant repeated, I hit him. Jennifer McCabe stated initially over the phone when speaking with the defendant that the defendant said, could I have hit him in the car while they're on the phone with Ms. Roberts going from Ms. McCabe's house to Mr. O'Keefe's house? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Once on scene, once asked, as Ms. McCabe described by an EMT, for name, age, things like that related to Mr. O'Keefe, what caused the trauma? She indicated in her testimony that the defendant said repeatedly, I hit him. You heard testimony from Officer Sarif, statements that he attributed to the defendant as saying that morning, this is all my fault. This is all my fault. I did this. This is what the defendant is saying on scene. Since then, the story's changed a little bit. But those were the words that came from the defendant's mouth on January 29th, 2022, as John O'Keefe lay dying on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, where the defendant had left him after striking him with her motor vehicle several hours before, and then left him freezing there in a blizzard. There's certain things that have come up over the course of this trial as far as evidence and testimony are concerned, little things. And what I would suggest to you, it's those little things that are quite telling as it pertains to the defendant's statements and the defendant's actions over the course of January 28th and January 29th and beyond. And I'm going to bring some of those to your attention as I go through, but just ask you to keep that in mind as far as when you're deliberating, when you're reviewing this testimony and this evidence. The little things matter. The little things start piling up in this case. Throughout the course of this trial, you've heard a lot of purported evidence or questions of witnesses in an attempt to distract you from the evidence in this case. It's essentially defense by obfuscation. It's a 3-card money trick. The facts and the evidence in this case are your card, they're the Queen of Hearts. And so what I want you to, or what the defense wants you to do is not look at that card. Look at anything else. Look at movement, look at this person, look at that person, look at text messages, look at this. Don't pay attention to the facts and the evidence, because if you do, what it will ineluctably lead you to is that the defendant is guilty of each of the 3 indictments before this court. The evidence and the facts of this case are for you, the jury, to decide. Using your common sense, using your life experiences as your guide through that as you go.
The evidence.
Before I turn to that evidence that I will
Not your life
submit to you and
experience.
elucidably demonstrates the defendant's guilt, let me first just address Trooper Proctor. The text messages from Trooper Proctor are unprofessional, they're indefensible, they're inexcusable. However, as distasteful as those messages are, and their content is, I submit they had no bearing whatsoever or impact whatsoever on the integrity of the entirety of the investigation that the Massachusetts State Police collectively conducted into John O'Keefe's death here. As was asked of Trooper Proctor on cross-examination, these were texts from his personal phone that he never thought would see the light of day. He was asked whether or not he ever thought that he would be asked about these in a courtroom, put to him in sort of a safe space, a safe place for him to discuss, if you will. What do you not see in those text messages? You don't see any discussion or any illusion of any conspiracy, of any framing of the defendant, of any planting of any evidence.
Who would talk about
no
that?
evidence whatsoever.
That's a
Why?
stupid argument.
Because it didn't happen. There is no conspiracy, there is no cover-up, there is no evidence of any of that beyond speculation, rampant speculation and conjecture on behalf of the defense. Two things can be true at the same time. They're mutually exclusive. The texts from Trooper Proctor are distasteful, they're disrespectful, they're unprofessional, there's no defense to them. And the defendant killed John O'Keefe. Turning to the evidence, let me first talk a little bit about John O'Keefe. You heard a lot about him over the course of this trial, about his selfless story through his family and friends that loved him, including his adopted niece and nephew. You heard a lot about the lives he touched and the different people who he had friendships with. You heard a lot about from those particular friends and from his family. Turning to what I would submit to you as a timeline. This may be a little hard to see up here. What I'm going to go is from left to right. January 28th, 2022, 9:49 in the morning, Karen and John begin fighting over text messages. 2:25 p.m. in the afternoon, the defendant texts Mr. O'Keefe, "Tell me if you are interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this." John texts back, "Nope." 2:25, Mr. O'Keefe texts the defendant, "Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" And this is also testimony that you heard through multiple sources, whether it be phones, whether it be from the children, whether it be from other friends or family members as to the relationship in the months and weeks leading up to John's murder. 2:32 p.m. John texts the defendant, "Sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now." He then texts the defendant, "OMG, stop calling." This is during the time frame that Trooper Garino was talking about, with 18 phone calls, most of which were rejected, some of which were missed, and a couple of which were answered over the course of this afternoon, as she's continuing to needle and try to engage him in a fight that he doesn't want to have. 2:33 p.m. The defendant texts John, "So you're not into this anymore." 2:34 p.m. John texts the defendant, "I am not answering, stop calling." The defendant then texts John, "Then stop starting with me." 2:38 p.m. The defendant texts John, "I'm going to grab a drink in a bit." 2:38 in the afternoon. Around 3 p.m. is the testimony you heard from Erin O'Keefe in regard to the defendant texting her, asking if she can go out without her husband, Paul, asking to go out for a drink. This is while Erin O'Keefe testified she was waiting for one of her children at the bus stop, picking that child up around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is also the point in which the defendant says to Ms. O'Keefe, "Wish I didn't speak to another O'Keefe after 2004. 7:30 p.m., you have Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano arriving at C.F. McCarthy's, with the defendant arriving at 8:51. 8:58 p.m. is when the defendant receives drink number 1 at C.F. McCarthy's. Vodka soda, tall cylinder glass, lime, and a strong. 9:13 p.m., drink number 2. 9:20 p.m., drink number 3. 9:33 p.m., drink number 4. 9:57 p.m., drink number 5. 10:22 p.m., drink number 6. 10:29 p.m., drink number 7. 7 drinks from 8:58 p.m. through 10:29 p.m. when she receives that last drink at C.F. McCarthy's. The drink that she indicates to Sergeant Mechanic and several others on the next day that she did not take with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the waterfall, which several individuals at the waterfall testify that she produced from her coat when she walked in, and that you can clearly see on the C.F. McCarthy's video her walking out the door with the same tall cylinder glass in her right hand. Now, understanding that some of these drinks are not the full tall cylinder drinks, what she's doing is she's getting shot glasses of vodka and then pouring them into the drink after she's consumed the drink. 10:54 p.m. The defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrive at the waterfall, during the course of which, about an hour that they're there, the defendant receives drinks number 8 and drinks number 9. 12:10 a.m. From the waterfall video, you have Ms. McCabe, Ms. Kolakithis, and the defendant departing the waterfall together. Interestingly, around the same time, you also have the text and screenshot communications between Colin Albert and Allison McCabe in reference to him getting picked up at that time. You also have testimony from Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr. in reference to them sort of walking in from the waterfall as Colin Albert is walking out of 34 Fairview Road, gets picked up by Ms. McCabe, and then is driven home. 1 minute later, 12:11, Mr. O'Keefe is then on the waterfall video walking out with cocktail glass in his right hand. At 12:14 a.m., Mr. O'Keefe texts Ms. McCabe, "Where to?" 12:14 a.m., based on the fact that she's driving, and Mme. McCabe indicated in his testimony that she should call him instead of texting while driving, Ms. McCabe calls John O'Keefe and speaks with him regarding directions, sort of going over which way to come in, Chapman Street, over Cedar Crest, as far as coming into Fairview Road. 12:15:38 a.m., the defendant's vehicle drives by the Canton Library. You can see that on the video. 12:17:56, the defendant drives by the Temple Beth Abraham video. Again, you can see that on the video. Remember also the testimony from Lieutenant Tully in regard to the CSLI data and the ranging data in reference to it coinciding with what you observed, the black SUV, from each of those respective videos. 12:19:32, Mr. O'Keefe enters 34 Fairview Road into his Waze app on his phone. 12:23 a.m. is when the defendant conducts a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest and travels back toward Fairview. That's from Mr. O'Keefe's GPS native location data from his phone. Around the same time at 12:23 and 12:24 is when you have that testimony from Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxon, and Ricky D'Antono pulling into Fairview Road around the same time and pulling in behind the dark SUV. 12:25 a.m. is the last native location GPS data of John O'Keefe's phone. It's in that area between 32 and 34 Fairview Road, where his body is discovered the next morning, in which there is no movement of that phone from that 12:25 a.m. period until Ms. Roberts then picks up the phone on the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body sometime after 6 a.m.
And then who'd she give it to? Tell us
Have up
that.
on the screen right now is that data, those plotting points that Trooper Garino was testifying about as far as the movement of the vehicle. The movement of the vehicle as it comes down Cedar Crest, passes by Fairview, reverses direction, and then comes down Fairview, moving up, moving up, moving up as the witnesses described, eventually stopping in that area of the property line between 32 and 34 Fairview Road, which happens to coincide with the vehicle control history database information from the Toyota text stream, which you now have up on the screen before you here, indicating that following that 3-point turn, approximately 8 minutes after that, from Trooper Paul's testimony, as far as the mileage, 36 to 38 miles, matching up with the time that the vehicle is in front of 34 Fairview Road, that the vehicle travels in reverse, in a straight line, with 24.2 miles per hour for 62.5 feet with a minor steering angle change, which the trooper indicated was consistent with a pedestrian collision. At 12:30 a.m., you have that second triggering event 8 minutes after the 3-point turn when the vehicle is in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour. 12:35 is when the defendant calls John, and that's unanswered. 12:36 is around the time that the defendant's phone connects to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's home. 12:37 is when the defendant leaves this voicemail. So within minutes of that vehicle's data, going 24.2 miles an hour in reverse for 62.5 feet, the defendant leaves that voicemail, seething in rage as she's screaming, "John, I fucking hate you." 12:40 to 12:42, Ms. McCabe is texting Mr. O'Keefe. She tries calling Mr. O'Keefe, gets no answer. If you recall from her testimony around this time frame, about 12:40, she was unsure whether the vehicle was actually still out front or if it had gone at that point. But she was looking for John because she had seen the defendant's vehicle in front of the house and no one had come in. So she was wondering where her friend, Mr. O'Keefe, was. 12:55, the defendant texts John, "See you later." 12:59, the defendant calls, leaves another voicemail for Mr. O'Keefe. Exhibit 637, it sounded like this.
"John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, you fucking pervert."
But somebody did know where Mr. O'Keefe was. The defendant knew exactly where he was. She had driven him there, she had struck him there, she had left him to die there. 1:02 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail with no content. And then she texts John, "Your kids are fucking alone." 1:09 a.m., the defendant texts John, "I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone." She's not. GPS, as far as it never disconnects from the Wi-Fi until the following morning. There's no indication that Ms. Reed left and went to her home in Mansfield at any point in time. 1:10 a.m., the defendant calls her parents. 1:11 a.m., she calls Mr. O'Keefe and leaves this voicemail.
"John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Amy. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. He's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself."
1:18 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail. Now, about 1:43 or 1:45 a.m. is when Julie Nagel testified that they were leaving the house. And she sees a large black object on the lawn near the flagpole while leaving 34 Fairview Road. Doesn't think much of it at the time, isn't expecting Mr. O'Keefe or any body to be out on the front lawn. 4:42 a.m., the defendant calls and speaks. The calls to her parents are finally answered. 4:49 a.m., the defendant calls Ms. Camerano, screaming, "Where's Mike?" 4:53 in the morning is when the defendant instructs Kaylee, Mr. O'Keefe's niece, to call Ms. McCabe. Why? Because the defendant doesn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Indicates that John didn't come home. We got in a fight, and I left him at the waterfall. Those are the first statements or the first version of events that she's able to communicate out to the world as to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe and where he is. We got into a fight. I left him at the waterfall. 5 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts, saying, "John's dead, Kerry, hangs up the phone. 5:01, the defendant calls Kerry Roberts again. And it's at this point that she indicates that John's dead, he must have been hit by a cloud. 5:07 a.m., the defendant leaves 1 Meadows Ave. You have the video of that. It's number 153 in Exhibit 6. We'll get to that a little more in a moment. About 5:10 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts. Ms. Roberts starts calling hospitals, calling KCD, calling 911. Something that you would do if you didn't know where Mr. O'Keefe was for all of these hours, that all of these other phone calls are being made and these text messages are being sent and calling your parents and all of these other things. No calls to 911 from the defendant.
Okay, let me just stop because he's annoying me anyway. And let me just say, I have had the boyfriend who was, and even at one time the husband, who was out drunk, couldn't find him, didn't know where he was out partying, and not once did I call 911.
While John O'Keefe is laying, freezing, and dying from a brain injury and a skull fracture on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road.
Some of this just doesn't make sense.
5:11 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen on the Canton Library camera heading towards the waterfall. Seems to be sort of retracing the steps. 5:18 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen at Washington Street and Chapman on the Temple Beth Abraham video, heading in the same direction that it was the night before when it was heading to 34 Fairview Road. 5:35 is when the defendant arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. Ms. Roberts arrives shortly thereafter. Both of them see the broken taillight at that time in the driveway. Now that gap of 5:18 to 5:35 is way too much time to be driving from the area of the waterfall to Jennifer McCabe's house. And as I indicated a moment before, heading in the same direction, same directionality, retracing the steps from the night before, heading towards 34 Fairview Road. Why is it that the defendant can see Mr. O'Keefe when they eventually get to Fairview Road and no one else can? It's because she knew exactly where he was. She had hit him and left him there the night before, and she had gone back during that time frame between 5:18 a.m. when she's seen on the Temple video and 5:35 when she arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. 5:33 is when the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts return to One Meadows Ave searching for John. 6:03 is when the defendant, and no one else, spots Mr. O'Keefe's body buried in the snow. Exhibit 12, indicating this cruise camera video, which I know you've seen a dozen times. So where I'm starting it from this point in this card right here is the spotlight that Officer Saraf had to use in order to locate, even with a vehicle of Ms. Roberts parked right in the middle of the road.
Hi, Flight, thank you.
In the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard, in those conditions, the defendant, sitting in the back seat of the vehicle, knows exactly where Mr. O'Keefe is, covered in snow, as you heard from all of the paramedics, from the civilian witnesses, from the first responders. But the defendant knows exactly where he is. 6:07 a.m., Ms. McCabe calls 911. 6:08, the defendant leaves that 4 or 5 minute voicemail, leaving the phone in the car for some reason to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning is when Ms. McCabe conducts those Google searches. 7:50 in the morning is when Mr. O'Keefe is pronounced deceased at Good Samaritan Hospital. 4:13 to 4:20 p.m. is when the defendant's SUV is towed from her parents' house in Dighton. 5:20 p.m. is when the search team arrives in the area of 34 Fairview Road to conduct the search for evidence. 5:30 p.m. is when the defendant's vehicle arrives at the Canton Police Department south. To circle back for a moment to Mr. O'Keefe, to his families, to his friends, and to his relationship with the defendant. You heard testimony from Paul and Aaron O'Keefe that they liked the defendant, that they thought he was good for John, thought he was good for the kids. All outward appearances of the relationship were good. You heard testimony from the children that that was not true behind closed doors. But Paul O'Keefe testified that he told the defendant's parents this, that he liked Miss Reed, that he thought that she was good for John, thought that she was good for the kids, weeks before John's murder. He even blew her a kiss in the emergency department at Good Samaritan as he was walking out and she was still being treated while they were there. Invited her over to John's house to grieve with him. Invited her to sit down with him while he explained to their nephew Patrick about John's passing. The defendant shows up at the house. Abruptly goes upstairs with her father for a period of about 15 minutes, which is about half of the time that she spent there that morning grieving with the family. She left with a bag of her belongings, drove with her family there, and then took an extra vehicle in the height of the blizzard now, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, drives that vehicle all the way from Canton, where it was parked at her boyfriend's house, where she stayed over on many occasions, drove that vehicle or felt the need to drive that vehicle from Canton all the way down to her parents' house in Dighton at the height of the blizzard.
Where she lived?
You heard testimony
Where
from
she was
Aaron
staying.
O'Keefe of the text messages and the phone call on January 28th. You've heard that Aaron O'Keefe called the defendant on the morning of the 29th because she was concerned for her. She wanted to know what was going on with someone she considered her friend. The defendant yells, "John is dead." Ms. Robertson grabs the phone and then updates Aaron O'Keefe as to what's going on with John. Aaron O'Keefe again calls back later because she's concerned for someone that she considered her friend. How does the defendant respond? These are some of the little things. Defendant indicates to Ms. O'Keefe that she just has to remember the bad times and indicates to her, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." This is after she's done her quick in and out at One Meadows Ave and is now with her parents or with her father, driving that car, essentially taking the murder weapon from Canton and bringing it down to her parents' house in Dighton. She's indicating over the phone to Aaron O'Keefe, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." Why? If she didn't kill John, why would she say that? You heard a lot of testimony about New Year's Eve in Aruba. You heard the testimony from Ms. O'Keefe in regard to them exchanging, her and the defendant exchanging text messages on the flight down, arranging times to meet up. And then the defendant telling Aaron via text message that she caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the hotel lobby. She got into an argument about it, and then they never met up. Meaning the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, got into an argument about it, and she and Aaron O'Keefe never ended up meeting up in Aruba. You heard testimony consistent from Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, as well as the children. The kiss never happened. It never would happen based on the relationship, the godfather relationship that John O'Keefe had with Laura Sullivan, her family, and particularly Laura Sullivan's child. The defendant persists with this unfounded suspicion and accusations of infidelity in her text messages with Mr. O'Keefe, in her text messages with Mr. Higgins, where she's accusing Mr. O'Keefe of making out in the lobby with Marietta Sullivan. Both of the Sullivans and the children have the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe following this incident with Marietta Sullivan going into a room. Both of the children testified that they're in that room for about 20 to 25 minutes and they're arguing about the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe kissed someone in the lobby. And you have Laura Sullivan's testimony about 20 to 25 minutes after her sister comes out and states her displeasure about the defendant. It's about 20 to 25 minutes before Mr. O'Keefe comes out, and then he and Ms. Sullivan have a conversation. Ms. Sullivan indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is essentially blowing up, lighting up with calls and texts from the defendant. I would submit similar to the afternoon of January 28th. Mr. O'Keefe says she's crazy and he needs to take this and goes off from there. Ms. Sullivan has later conversations with Mr. O'Keefe on this Aruba trip, asks him if he's okay, asks him if he's happy. She indicated in her testimony that Mr. O'Keefe shrugs it off and says it is what it is. You heard testimony from the children about the arguments in the weeks and the months. And I know this is a displeasure to the defense counsel that the children came in and actually testified as to what happened behind closed doors in the house. They both recall frequent fights. They both recall Mr. O'Keefe trying multiple times to break up with the defendant, asking her to leave the house, the defendant refusing to leave the house. His niece Kaylee, John tried to defuse, he tried to walk away, and the defendant would follow each time during each argument. They both indicated that Mr. O'Keefe had told the defendant that the relationship had run its course, similar to language within the text messages you have between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe. That Mr. O'Keefe was sick of arguing, again, mirroring those text messages from January 28th, leading up into going out to see if McCarthy's, eventually the waterfall, and the defendant killing Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. We have the testimony in regard to the ring camera. Kaylee indicated in her testimony that John had had that for about a year. So during the course of 2 years or so of the relationship with the defendant, he got it while he was dating the defendant. The defendant had the security codes to the garage. Neither of the kids had access to the camera. Trooper Garino checked the laptop and the desktop that were left after the defendant did the quick cleanup upstairs with her father, upstairs in the home. Neither of those devices had access to the ring cameras. John had access on his phone. The defendant indicates, if you recall, in some of those text messages in regard to the romantic kiss that she placed on Mr. Higgins earlier on January, whatever it was, during the Patriots game. Mr. Higgins and Mr. Jackson was indicating weren't very good friends with Mr. O'Keefe, but had been invited over to his home for a Patriots game, in which time the defendant escorted Mr. Higgins out of the garage and placed a romantic kiss on him. But during those text messages, when they're talking about that, if you recall, the defendant is saying something or joking about something that Mr. O'Keefe had been looking at the videos and had been asking her if there was something going on with her and Mr. Higgins. And what was her response to that? I know where the cameras are. There are only 2 videos missing from that ring system.
All right, hold on. Hold on. I know where the cameras are is not the same as I know the passcode. And also, him talking about the quick cleanup upstairs, they looked in those computers and said that she did not have access, or that there was not the email thing where that had been accessed up there. And police had access to the videos after the time that she did her little cleanup, aka went and got her stuff and left. He's not even trying to be honest. He's just trying to get a conviction.
One being the defendant getting to Mr. O'Keefe's house after murdering him, and the other when the defendant is showing Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts the broken taillight, both of which, both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts testified as having occurred. No video of it. The variety of stories that the defendant tells on the morning of January 29th. There are text messages and voicemails from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, 53 phone calls from 12:33 a.m. to 6:03 a.m. 0 phone calls to 911. The defendant calls Katie Camerano. The defendant calls her parents at 1:18 in the morning, 4:38 in the morning, 4:42 in the morning. The call then from Kaylee's phone to Ms. McCabe, because the defendant didn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Both Kaylee and Ms. McCabe indicate that the defendant initially indicates or says that she got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe and left him at the waterfall. From this information, Ms. McCabe then testifies she starts to call her Julie Albert. Because Chris Albert, Julie Albert, they live close by the waterfall. Maybe that's where he went. As the phone is ringing, and this is a phone call that both Ms. Albert and Ms. McCabe testify was never answered. As the phone is ringing, her husband Matthew McCabe reminds her that they saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe and the car outside of 34 Fairview. So she hangs up. During this call, or during these subsequent calls, the defendant indicates to Ms. McCabe, maybe I hit him, did I hit him? She then calls Ms. Roberts at 5 a.m. on the dot, indicates John's dead, hangs up the phone, calls back a minute later, indicates that Mr. O'Keefe was now hit by a plow and that he's dead. And then indicates further that she's drunk and doesn't remember. She tells Ms. McCabe about the cracked taillight before they even get in the vehicle and go anywhere, as you recall the testimony of Matthew McCabe, indicating that he had some concerns about them driving around in a vehicle with a damaged taillight in the middle of a blizzard. Ms. Roberts' testimony that she saw the broken taillight in the driveway at Ms. McCabe's house, and that it was consistent with what she observed in the photographs that were shown to her of it later in the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department garage when the search warrant is executed on February 1st. You have the text messages between the defendant and Laura Sullivan from January 29th, in which the defendant indicates to Laura Sullivan that John is dead, indicates that we found him in the snow at 5 a.m. And every indication is that he was found in the snow by the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts around 6 a.m.
Oh, okay,
about
well,
an hour before.
All right, Lally, shut up. If we're going by that, Katie McLaughlin also said that they were dispatched out there at 5 a.m. So lock her up, right?
5 a.m.
Moron.
Would be between that time where the defendant is unaccounted for, heading in the direction of 34
Let me
Fairview
behave.
Road, 5:18, 5:35. Little things.
Little things, because that's all
Defendant
you
asked
got.
Ms. McCabe to Google how long to die in the cold. She did so at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning. You have the testimony of Ms. Hyde and Mr. Whitford as to SQLite databases, P-list databases, Knowledge C databases, state DB tabs, as far as all of that. Also from Trooper Garino as well. These searches were unequivocally done at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning and not at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning. They were not deleted by a user. That is not what deleted means. Frankly, Mr. Green, the last question that I asked Mr. Green is, was he aware that Cellbrite, and by Cellbrite, the person who designed that being Mr. Whitford, had to alter exactly how their software worked because of people like Mr. Green misinterpreting the data as he did in this case. And what did Mr. Green say? Yes. But those questions, as far as how long to die in the cold, I would submit mirror the questions that the defendant asked firefighter Whitley in the back of the ambulance, if you recall those. She asked firefighter Whitley how long to die in the cold without a jacket. She knew how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed. She knew when she left him to die in the cold how he was dressed. The defendant made statements to firefighter Becker that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they were in an argument. Again, in the back of the same ambulance as firefighter Whitley. You have testimony from firefighter Woodbury. Same kind of questions. If Mr. O'Keefe could be alive without a jacket. You have the testimony from each of these firefighters as to sort of the vacillating emotional state of the defendant that morning. What you have in the testimony from firefighter Woodbury is that despite all that, there were no tears that he observed from the defendant at that time. What each of those first responders indicated is that the defendant repeatedly stated, is he dead? Is he dead? Not is he okay? Is he going to be okay? How is he? Any sort of questions about the medical condition. Is he dead? That phraseology repeated over and over and over again. And when you take into juxtaposition that phraseology, text to Laura Sullivan, found him in the snow at 5 a.m. The unaccounted for time heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road, 5:18 to 5:35. The repeated questioning of firefighter Whitley, firefighter Woodbury, asking Miss McCabe to look up those things in her phone. She's looking for confirmation, is what she's looking for when she asks over and over again, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? You have the testimony that you heard from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts. I say them together because as far as these two women were concerned, they did not know each other, really at all. The only time, as they both testified to, that they had ever spent appreciably together prior to January 29, 2022, is when Mr. O'Keefe nicely took them out for sneakers because he had some sort of deal at a Reebok's outlet or something like that to sort of try to pay them back for the help that they provided him and the children.
Hold on. You get 1 hour to talk to the jury about everything that they've sat here through for the last 8 or 9 weeks. You have 1 hour to discuss the most important parts of the case, the most important evidence, to sum everything up, to paint a clear picture, to tell them how to put everything together, to remind them of everything they may have forgotten, to put it all together, put all the evidence together into a clear, cohesive story for this jury to understand why they should be able to sleep at night by putting somebody in prison for the rest of their life. And you want to talk about the discount at Reebok being the reason that Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts met? This is where we're going. This is how we're spending our hour. This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. Okay.
Jennifer with respect to the niece and Kerry with respect to the nephew. But they're both contacted by the defendant in the early morning of January 29th. As Ms. McCabe testified, John was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy. At the waterfall, Mr. Alberts said going home to have a drink with his son, Brian Jr., if anyone wants to come. Open invitation to the table. She said to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you guys should come. Both the defendant and the victim indicated that they wanted to come and that they were coming. She describes the phone calls and the text messages that she receives from Mr. O'Keefe, that she's providing directions. She indicates she's providing them directions to go down Chapman. She describes how that is. And you've heard this testimony from a couple of different witnesses as far as the steepness as you're going down going down Fairview coming off of Chapman. That you first go down a big, steep hill. It flattens out for a little bit, and then you go down a second hill. 2 hills going down on Chapman. Matching the GPS native location and the health data as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone is, a half mile away from 34 Fairview Road at the time that his health data is reporting that he's ascending or descending 3 flights of stairs. You hear the
Was it snowing?
testimony from Ms. McCabe as far as the last time that she spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And she's still trying to provide directions to Fairview because Mr. O'Keefe has never been there before, and neither has the defendant, which is further corroborated in Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle passing by Fairview and then coming back in on the other side, having to reverse direction. But she's giving directions, and she indicates that she uses a house that Mr. O'Keefe will be familiar with, that belonging to Bella or Bella's mom. Bella's mom is an ex-girlfriend for a short period of time, from a long time ago. However, in the defendant's mind, it's so pressing on her mind that she's still talking about it the next morning or later on that morning when she's riding, going towards Fairview Road with Miss Roberts and Miss McCabe in Miss Roberts' car. She's still talking about that at that time. It's that much on her mind. Ms. McCabe indicated that she looked out and she saw a vehicle initially in front of the front door, as did Mr. McCabe, as did Brian Albert Jr., as did Julie Nagel, as did Brian Nagel, and the vehicle moved up several times or several spots to where it was then positioned. Initially at some point in front of the door, then it moves up further so that it's in the area of the fire hydrant and the flagpole where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered later on that morning, at least by Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, and then moves up further beyond that. And I say that in the sense of it moves up further beyond that with sufficient distance for it to then go in reverse for 62.5 feet at 24.2 miles per hour, striking Mr. O'Keefe and leaving him where he was found later on the 29th. Again, the testimony from Ms. McCabe that about 12:40 when she's texting him, she indicated in her testimony she couldn't be certain if Mr. O'Keefe was still out front or had left at that point. She wakes up to a phone call from John's niece, Kaylee, at 4:53 in the morning. This is from an 8th grader, 14-year-old girl. That's why she answers the phone at 4:53 in the morning. She then hears the defendant screaming loudly over and over again, Jen. John didn't come home, got in a fight, left him at the waterfall. The variations, the different iterations of that story as it evolves and changes over the course of that morning. Ms. McCabe then indicates to the defendant, we saw you outside of my sister's house. Then she starts yelling, Jen, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Then they start discussing, or the defendant brings up her cracked tailbone. Then both Ms. McCabe and Mr. McCabe hear the defendant screaming outside of their home at about 5 o'clock in the morning, or shortly after 5 o'clock in the morning. They go to Mr. O'Keefe's house. And both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicates, and you heard this testimony from a number of different witnesses, friends and family of Mr. O'Keefe, that he had a rule, pretty strict rule in his house as far as you take your shoes off when you come in the house. And so what did Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts both do when they're entering in that house on January 29th? They take off their boots, they get out in the snow, they take off their boots in the mudroom, and then they walk in. What did they both indicate that the defendant did that morning?
Objection! Facts that don't effing matter.
Walked right in with the shoes.
Just
You hear
walked
that
right
second
in.
voicemail. It's after the defendant's arrived back at 1 Meadows Ave, after her phone
Just
is
walked right in.
reconnected with Mr. O'Keefe's wife.
She didn't take off her shoes. Lock her ass up. Guilty! Not the boots! Not the boots!
And you can hear the footsteps. Part of that may be in the garage, part of that might be in the house. Why is it that the defendant has no issue with wearing shoes in the house when Mr. O'Keefe has that strict rule? Because she knows where he is.
Thank you, Anne. And also, let me have a heart-to-heart with y'all for a second. Let's have a heart-to-heart for a second. Lally, if you're out there. Lally, if you're out there. Lally, focus. You have 1 hour. You have 1 hour. Lally, look at me. You have 1 hour to convince this jury that they should put her away for the rest of her life. 1 hour to present the most clear and damning evidence against her. And what are we going with? She didn't take her shoes off.
She knows it's not an issue. He's not coming home because she hit him with her SUV and she left him in the snow. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe are frantically sort of running around the house looking for Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant's not. They then get in the vehicle. They drive back towards Fairview Road. And again, the defendant from the backseat of the vehicle immediately sees the defendant, starts pulling and kicking on the door, and runs in sort of a beeline straight over to where Mr. O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn. You have the testimony from Ms. Roberts as far as John's phone. John's phone, when the firefighters pick him up, and recall several witnesses testifying about that, pick him up on the scoop stretcher and then bring him over to the ambulance while they're conducting the resuscitative efforts trying to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. But Ms. Roberts indicated that she observed underneath only the phone, but the phone on the grass. On the grass in the area that is completely covered in snow in every other area except under Mr. O'Keefe, which I would submit indicates how long Mr. O'Keefe has been there. Now recall, around 12 o'clock or so is when it starts to snow and it starts to stick a little bit. And you heard all that testimony. And I know it was a lot of testimony about snow, a lot of testimony about weather, but there's a purpose to that. There's a point to that.
Was there?
Okay? As far as the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body, where his cell phone was, Ms. Roberts observed, some 6 hours later after it starts snowing, it's still visible only under Mr. O'Keefe where his body is, which I would submit as evidence to you as to how long he's been there. Now, on top of that, you also have hours of ring videos of the driveway as far as shoveling and Paul O'Keefe and other people snow blowing and shoveling and all those kinds of things. There's a purpose to that as well. If you look at those, if you look at the video of the defendant crashing into Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at a speed of anywhere from 0 to 5, which even Dr. Wolf would indicate would not cause the damage to the taillight that was observed in this case. You know what you don't see? You don't see snow move off Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle when they come into contact. You don't see any red or clear plastic pieces in the snow. And if you look at those stills, not the ones that counsel put up there during his closing, but if you look at each of the video and the stills, you can see the damage consistent with the taillight at each and every point. You see the damage consistent with the taillight from the 507 video. You see the damage consistent from the 822 video from Lieutenant Ray from the cruiser camera video when he's pulling into the driveway. You see the damage consistent from the Dighton video at the defendant's home. You see the damage consistent from the right here, February 1st, 2022, when the search warrant is conducted and Ms. Hartnett removes all those pieces from the vehicle. The weather is also important when it comes to the hair. The magic hair, as Mr. Jackson likes to call it. See, the magic hair was actually frozen to the vehicle, as was the glass to the bumper, because the vehicle looked like that on the left when it was caked in snow. And Officer Barrow saw it in the driveway in Dighton as they were wading through 1.5 feet of snow, walking up. Because remember, they didn't even pull into the driveway because they had to have someone come down and plow it before they could get into it. That's what the vehicle looked like. What you can see, however, is the damage to the taillight, to the side of that taillight, consistent with it. So that hair, that 7/8 of an inch hair, was frozen to the side. And as you remember, the testimony from Sergeant Buchanan about the heated condition of the Canton Police Department garage, and that's one of the reasons that they took it there, because the other barracks that they could have taken it to didn't have that heated condition. So yes, after it's been in there from January 29th at about 5:30 p.m. until February 1st when they conduct the search warrant, the hair isn't still frozen, as it's contained within a heated garage, and the pieces of glass on the rear bumper have melted. The snow has melted, as you can see from left to right. The weather, also important, I would submit, weather was a weapon. Remember, the cause of death here is not just blunt impact injuries, it's blunt impact injuries and hypothermia. You heard all that medical testimony in relation to it, and you heard all that testimony in relation to the snow and the weather and the wind. Wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour while Mr. O'Keefe is out there in just a shirt and jeans. Now, you heard also testimony from Ms. Roberts in relation to the injuries she observed to Mr. O'Keefe, that initially on scene, there was one eye that was swollen, not the other. That's indication of the swelling that Dr. Scorti-Bella was testifying to, and no indication of physical altercation. And then both eyes being swollen when Ms. Roberts viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body after his passing at the Good Samaritan. Submit that all the testimony tells you the same consistent account, internally, externally, from civilian testimony to investigator testimony to medical testimony to forensic testimony to the reconstruction testimony. You have the testimony from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts that they couldn't see Mr. O'Keefe at Fairview when they initially pulled up. You can see that from Officer Saraf's cruiser. You have Mr. O'Keefe being covered in snow from the storm. You know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. It's clearly visible on the cruiser camera from Officer Saraf. You have the testimony from each of the responding officers, anywhere from 5 to 12 feet off the roadway, and from the civilians as well. Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, Officer Mullaney has 6 inches of snow on Mr. O'Keefe when he first sees him. Firefighter Kelly says that he couldn't even see Mr. O'Keefe until he was 5 feet away, in the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard conditions. There's no footprints around the body. There's no drag marks around the body. There's no evidence of anything in relation to Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins spent January 28, 2022, traveling to New York City to go to a funeral for another police officer, for another department, who they didn't even know. Traveled all the way down to New York and then came back before the blizzard, only to come back from that, to go out drinking, to come back to Mr. Albert's house, to then murder another police officer who they did know, who worked for the same department as them. And then criminal mastermind genius that Brian Albert is, 28 years on the Boston Police Department, he's then going to just leave Mr. O'Keefe's body on his front lawn? Really? That's the conspiracy? What evidence do you have of that? You have statements that the defendant made to Sergeant Buchanan on January 29th. She was willing to speak, but didn't want to give too much detail. Conversational tone throughout. She indicated that the night before, they had gotten into an argument, something about what was fed to the children, nothing about the detailed arguments and incessant phone calls and everything else that you saw from the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 28th. She indicated that she got to C.F. McCarthy's around 9 p.m., started drinking vodka sodas, the men were drinking beers. When asked where she parked her vehicle, she said she parked in Washington Street across from C.F. McCarthy's, facing northbound on the side, same side as Waterfall. Same testimony that you heard from Ms. O'Keefe, observing the defendant going over to her vehicle, getting in the driver's seat, and the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, getting into the passenger's seat. She said they were left the Waterfall, were invited to her residence. She drove her and John to the location in Canton. She dropped Mr. O'Keefe off, did not see him walk into the home. She, being the defendant, stated she made a 3-point turn and then left. When asked about the damage to her vehicle, she indicated to the troopers, "I don't know, it happened last night."
Here, I'm going to do a better.
2022, you have that other recording of that other version that she now has evolved into as far as stating to Sergeant Buchanan, "Are you aware that John was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert? We're all in on the same joke, right? John was pulverized and my taillight was cracked." What evidence do you have of that? Mr. O'Keefe never went in the house. You have testimony from Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, all indicating never went in the house. John O'Keefe's phone never went in the house from the testimony and the data points that you have from Trooper Garino. You know how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed, and you know the defendant knew that. You have the testimony from Kurt Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Karina Kolakithis, Nicholas Kolakithis, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, all indicated in their testimony, and the defendant knew, based on her questions to the firefighters the next morning, that Mr. O'Keefe was not dressed for the weather when he left the Waterfall. The weather was a weapon. You have the testimony about the car, the defendant's car being there in front of the house, moving multiple times. You have that from multiple sources. You have that from Matthew McCabe, you have that from Jennifer McCabe, you have that from Brian Albert Jr., you have that from Julie Nagel, you have that from Ryan Nagel. You have the testimony of Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxson. Ms. Maxson indicated she saw a male passenger, female operator as the vehicle was turned. Remember, they're coming towards Fairview at the same time. The defendant, after conducting that reverse or 3-point turn on Cedar Crest, is then taking a right onto Fairview, while Mr. Nagel, Mr. D'Antonio, and Ms. Maxson are taking the left onto Fairview. Mr. Nagel indicates that Mr. D'Antonio then flashes lights. During that time, Ms. Maxson can see inside the vehicle. She sees a male passenger. She sees a female operator. They follow the vehicle as they're turning onto the street. Lo and behold, they're going to the same residence. They park. There's nothing in between them and the defendant's vehicle. They indicate that at no time do they see anybody get out of the vehicle. At no time do they see any damage to the vehicle, or it hasn't happened yet. At no time do they see anyone leave the vehicle and go into the house. The vehicle moves up on different successive
It's our mood
occasions,
music.
testified to by Mr. Nagel and several others. And then as they're passing that vehicle, Mr. Nagel indicates that he sees a female operator in the vehicle with the dome light on. Interesting, when I asked Mr. Nagel, as far as when Julie Nagel came out to the vehicle, did he roll down the window or did he open the door? He indicated he opened the door. And I asked him, what happened when you open the door? What happens when you open the door to a vehicle? The dome light comes on. So there's a reason I would submit, or the inference that you can make, is that no one sees Mr. O'Keefe in the vehicle because that's the moment he steps out of the vehicle. and then they're gone.
We still need
Brian
16
Nagel, Ricky D'Antono,
to hit 25K.
and Heather Maxon drive away from that. We heard the testimony from Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, the peanut butter and jelly sandwich conversation they have with
Peanut
Ms.
butter
McCabe,
jelly
which,
time,
while they're
peanut
pulling away
butter
from the
jelly.
house where everybody's attention is drawn, Ms. McCabe is turned around facing both of them in the backseat. Ms. Nagel is facing Ms. Levinson on the passenger side, looking out the window towards 34 Fairview Road. Ms. Levinson is looking back at Ms. Nagel away from that area, in which Ms. Nagel indicates that she sees a 5 to 6 foot dark blob on the lawn near the pole in the hydrant, which is just where Mr. O'Keefe is discovered the next morning. You have the testimony recalled, and you have text messages.
We need 13 more.
In regard to Colin Albert, when he gets picked up from
Mr. Lally, 5 minutes.
Thank God. Oh,
Colin Albert, Miss Allison McCabe, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert,
12 more.
Brian Jr., all indicating that he was picked up around that time at 12:10 a.m. You have the testimony from Chris and Julie Albert, his parents, as far as when he comes home, kisses them goodnight before he goes to bed. You have that testimony in regard to Chris Albert, as far as how John O'Keefe and the defendant come to be at the waterfall in the first place, as far as John O'Keefe and his nephew coming in earlier in the day, getting a couple slices of pizza. What are you doing later on? Contained within those texts.
What are you doing?
You have the testimony from Lieutenant O'Hara, Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Mechanic about those items being recovered. And in particular, the items being recovered on January 29th by that search team. What did Lieutenant O'Hara say? The items were found close to the curb. The items were at ground level. 3 feet of snow that they had to sift through in order to find
11 more.
those particular things. The detail or the delay in the recovery of evidence. The photos in the video, most of which you have in evidence, is earlier in the storm. This is before the 18 inches of snow falls down, before there's drifts and 3 feet of snow in places. They found the evidence where it had been at that same ground level, in the grass, under the snow, at 34 Fairview Road. We heard all of the medical testimony, which I would submit is consistent, from firefighter Formati to Dr. Rice. We heard the testimony regarding the
10
defendant's
more.
blood alcohol concentration from Dr. Fowler and Nick Roberts, 93 milligrams per deciliter, 0.07 to 0.08% at 9:08 in the morning. We heard it, Mr. Roberts' testimony in regard to the retrograde extrapolation,
9 more.
0.13 to 0.29, extrapolating back to the time of the operation. The defendant admits to drinking vodka. It's on the receipts from C.F. McCarthy's and from the waterfall, and you have the witness testimony in the surveillance video in regard to that. The forensic testimony that you have. In regard to the medical testimony, you have the sort of pattern abrasions, the clear plastic that's recovered by Lieutenant O'Hara and Lieutenant Tully on January 29th. The clear plastic that has the dimples on it. No one, not Trooper Paul, not anyone, at any point in time, ever said that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was out like this at the time that he struck and that he did a pirouette and then flew 30 feet in the air. 12 inches of abrasions that the doctors were, the biomechanical people were talking about yesterday. 12 inches and then 6 inches for the tail end. Is easily
7 more.
solved by this. And the dimples on his arm are, that I would submit, are consistent with the dimples on the taillight cover piece, are right around this area of the elbow. You have the testimony in regard to forensics as far as Mr. Porto, Mr. Bradford. John O'Keefe's DNA is on that taillight housing, on the housing. His DNA is there to the exclusion as well of Sergeant Mechanic and Trooper Proctor. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA is on the exterior of the broken drinking glass. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA, and only Mr. O'Keefe's DNA, is on his clothing and his fingernails, consistent with Dr. Scortibello's testimony that there is no evidence of a fight or an altercation. There's no one else's DNA under his fingernails. There's no one else's DNA on his clothing. 6 more. You have the testimony from Ms. Hartman and Trooper Paul as regard to the damage that they observed, the dent, the scratches, the 7/8 of an inch hair. You have the testimony from Ms. Chart in regard to the mitochondrial DNA profile from that hair being consistent with the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe. You have the testimony from Ms. Valier and Ms. Hanley in regard to the microscopic pieces, 1/16 of an inch by 1/16.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Lally. Wrap it up.
Yes, Your Honor. all consistent with pieces of taillight that are found within his clothing.
5 more.
Ms. Gilman, if I could.
No, your time is up.
5. This is what this vehicle looks like backing up at that speed for approximately that distance.
Your time is up.
There's another, years and years ago, started practicing in Norfolk County in Braintree, what is now Quincy. I eventually became a far smarter man than myself. Eventually became President of the United States.
Thank you.
His name was John Adams. John Adams once wrote, "Facts are stubborn things. And whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state
4
of the
more.
facts and the evidence." What the constellation of the facts and the evidence ineluctably demonstrate here is that the defendant drove her vehicle in reverse for 24.2 miles per hour for 62 and a half feet, struck Mr. O'Keefe, causing those catastrophic head injuries, leaving him incapacitated and freezing to death.
Mr. Lally, I have to stop you. You've gone over. Okay.
I literally have one sentence on Joe.
Well, you should have thought about that. You should have.
And that evidence, I would submit, ineluctably demonstrates her guilt on each of the indictments before you, and I would ask that you find her so. Thank you.
See if I think that one sentence made a difference?
All right.
No.
Thank you. Jurors, I have my instructions on the law I'm going to give you. My guess is it's probably about an hour. I'd like to start it now, but does anybody need a short break? We can take a short break. Okay, we'll come back in 5 minutes.
Leaving your notebooks under your chair. All rise, jury up.
You are muted.
Oh. We need 2 more. But see, this is why I don't like showing it though, because every time we get close, then the haters that will go and sub just to watch it go down. Yep, 2 more. Okay, so does anybody feel like Lally's oh yeah, I can give you Lucy Cam. Like Lally's closing made any difference? Yay. 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 That's cool. Thank you, Candace Hoff. Yay. Yay. Oh, yay. And received him for 11 whole months. Congrats, Brandy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hannah, welcome. Welcome. Shelby Taylor, member for 6 whole months, asking for thoughts and prayers. Oh, sending them your way, sending them your way. Thank you for being a member for 6 months. Amanda, thank you. No difference, just a nice word salad for my lunch. Oh, gracious alive, he's the worst. He's the worst. He's awful. He's awful. Thank you for the super chat. Matt, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. Yay. We get Lucy Cam for that. That's really cool, right? It's really cool. Ashley, gifted membership. Thank you so much, Ashley. Thank you. Thank you. Ashley, member for 8 whole months. Congratulations, Brandon, 25K. That is so epic. So proud to call myself a 13th juror. You're an amazing example and an inspiration. We love you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, it's so cool. It's really cool because we, like I said earlier, we hit 20K on the first day, and the of the first day of trial, like opening statements, and so to hit 25K on closings is really cool. That's really cool. Thank you. Breezy, thank you so much for super chat. Got to 20K at opening, and yep, 20K at opening, 25 at closing. Check you out. That's really cool. That's exciting. Thank you, Breezy. Krista, get to the membership. Thank you so much, Krista. Thank you. Kitty Kate, let's all make a prediction on how long the jury comes back. What do we think? 11, 12. They'll have jury instructions and then probably have lunch break. I don't know how long they're going to have the lunch break since they're going to start deliberations, but we'll do a poll in just a minute. We'll do a poll after she finishes jury instructions because we'll see how long it takes her, and then we'll do a poll. Queen Oliver Than, get to the membership. Thank you. Queen Oliver Than, thank you. Salty Girl member for 13 whole months. Happy anniversary. Linda, thank you for the super chat. Congratulations. Yay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Alan Jackson's death stare. Get to 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Chrissy Bacon, thank you for the super chat. I said at the beginning of the trial you would hit 25K subs, and you did it. Congrats. Thank you. I didn't think so. Thank you, Chrissy Bacon. Thank you. Mermaid Mary RN, thank you so much. Congrats, Brandy. So well deserved. Wouldn't it be something if not guilty verdict is announced at 2:27 on the day you reach 25K? That would be crazy. That would be really crazy. Like really crazy. Ashley Snow, get to the membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. I can't be member for 5 whole months. Happy anniversary to you. JB, get to 5 memberships. Thank you so much, JB. Thank you. Hellcat, thank you so much for super chat. I'm a little teary for you. This trial has been so much. It has been so much, but I am glad that we got to all do this together. Mama Smith member for 5 whole months. Congrats on 25K. Love to live here now. Thank you so much. You live here now.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
I finally got that working again. Yay. Thank you. Alan, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Amber C, thank you so much for the super chat. I love watching your success and dedication to finding the truth every trial you follow. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yay. Jenny C, congrats on 25K. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's cool, right? Oh, I covered it. There we go. I think it's cool. Mary, get to the membership. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mary. I appreciate it. Kim Moore, welcome to the family. You live here now. Be Kind Tiger, thank you for the super chat. We need a cork. Oh yeah, we need a cork. This is the corkable moment. This is a corkable moment. Jackie D, thank you, thank you. Time for a milestone cork. Congratulations. Yes, getting a cork. This makes me happy. And we'll do, there we go. Okay. Oh, Laura Brunson, thank you so much. Laura, thank you so much for the Venmo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ah, okay. 25K. And Karen Reed. Trial over. And today is June what? What's today? June 25th. June. Woo! Making a mess. $25K. $25th. Okay. There it is. See? Yay! That will go in the celebration jar. Yay! Hey, RA! Congratulations on 25K. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm excited to take the next couple weeks off. I'm just going to hang out in RA's chat and do nothing. I'm just going to, like, listen while I'm at the beach. That's my plan for the next 2 weeks. Megan, thank you so much for being a member for 13 whole months. Huge congrats, Brandy. Let's raise our white claws. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Christian, new member, welcome. You live here now. You live here now. Sinbad, thank you so much for the super chat. 25K on June 25th. This is a good day. Thank you, Brandy, mods and chat. We live here now. Thank you, thank you. Jaded Wonder member for 9 whole months. Congrats, Brandy, on your 25K. Are you going to do verdict eyebrows? Oh yeah, I gotta find the verdict eyebrows. I rearranged everything, and it's been so long since we've had a verdict. This has been so crazy. I'll have to find them on lunch break. Hey!
Yes. Oh.
Thank you. GC to close back.
Sarah Bear, thank you, thank you.
All right, jurors. Thank you for serving on this jury and for being so attentive. You'll soon deliberate for the purposes of reaching a verdict in this case. But before you do that, it's my responsibility to give you instructions concerning the law. The instructions are divided into 3 parts. The first is general instructions that are provided in every criminal case. The second, specific instructions concerning the crimes alleged in this case. And third, guidelines for your deliberations. Please listen carefully to all of the instructions. Do not ignore any instruction or give special attention to any other instruction. To make sure that I give you the instructions accurately, I will read them to you. You will also get a written copy. I'll probably send in 3 or 4 to the jury so that you can refer to it in the jury room during your deliberations. I will try to make sure that my oral instructions match the written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and what the written instructions say, please follow what I say aloud. You must take the law as I give it to you. You may not quarrel with it. You can't do that regardless of any opinion you may have as to what you think the law ought to be. What the lawyers or witnesses may say or suggest about the law is not necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility as the judge and mine alone to instruct you on what the law is. So I now will turn to part 1 of the instructions, the general instructions that apply to all criminal cases. As I explained to you at the beginning of the trial, there is a fundamental rule that applies in all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Reed is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider Ms. Reed to be innocent unless the prosecution is proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that Ms. Reed committed the crimes charged. I will explain reasonable doubt in just a moment. Ms. Reed does not have to do anything to convince you that she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. Ms. Reed does not have to testify, call, or question witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Ms. Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. After you have considered all the evidence carefully and fairly, if you have a reasonable doubt about Ms. Reed's guilt in a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Ms. Reed guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how do you decide whether the Commonwealth has proven each element of an indictment is true beyond a reasonable doubt? Let's talk first about the roles we all have. You folks are the most important people in the courtroom. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts in this case, and that is your job and your job alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so. Once you determine the facts, it is your duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain it to you, and to determine whether the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must determine the facts solely and entirely on the evidence as you have heard it and seen it in this courtroom and on nothing else. No prejudice, no bias, no fear, no favor. You must not be swayed by personal likes or dislikes. Your deliberations are no place for emotion or sympathy, passion or prejudice. The Commonwealth and Karen Reed have a right to have the case judged by fair and impartial jurors. All parties who come before the court stand as equals before you. Therefore, your verdicts must be based on the law as I've given it to you, and on the evidence and the facts that you find, and nothing else. You cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Ms. Reed has been charged, or the consequences of your verdict. Just the cool, reflective, and impartial sifting of the evidence so that here in this courtroom, justice may be done. Now, your focus is on the evidence. I am the judge of the law. My job is to teach you the law that you must follow in this case. However, I have no opinion about how you decide this case. You should not consider anything I have said or done during the trial as reflecting any opinion by me about how you should decide this case. If you believe that I have an opinion about the facts of this case, you must disregard it. You must decide this case based solely on the evaluation of the evidence. Now, the arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are not witnesses. If a lawyer, during argument, made a mistake in summarizing the evidence or argued something not supported by the evidence, you must disregard it. It is the jury's collective memory of the evidence that controls the matter. Lawyers' objections are a proper part of the court's procedure and are not part of the evidence. So don't hold it against the lawyers or their client if they made objections, motions, or other requests. They are simply doing their job during a trial. There was testimony at trial that the lawyers interviewed witnesses when preparing for and during the course of the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the lawyers are obliged to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. Now, the verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. The extent to which you believe or disbelieve a witness or what an exhibit purports to show, the importance to give any testimony or other evidence is entirely up to your own good judgment. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits in the case. There are some things you have heard about that have not been introduced into evidence, such as written statements by witnesses, police reports, autopsy, and accident reconstruction reports. Occasionally during the trial, you have heard references to such documents, and you may naturally wonder why neither side introduced any of them into evidence. The answer is that under our rules of evidence, such reports usually may not be admitted, although the parties may refer to them for certain limited purposes while questioning witnesses. So you should not hold it against any party that you do not have them, and neither should you speculate on what they may or may not contain. Similarly, as you view exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try to guess what may have been removed or why. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about this case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements, and any comments they may have made are not evidence. Answers that I struck from the record and told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witnesses, that is, their answers to questions, and the exhibits are evidence. It is important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side of this case. Certain of the testimony and exhibits may have provoked an emotional reaction in all of us. You may feel sympathy for the family of Mr. O'Keefe, and you may feel sympathy for the defendant as she sits here in this courtroom. But Your job is to decide the case without bias, fear, sympathy, or favor, to view the evidence with a certain clinical detachment, and to decide the case based solely on the evidence and the application of the law to that evidence. I have allowed you to take notes during the trial, and you may refer to those notes during your deliberations. But remember, they are not evidence or a substitute for the evidence and your recollection. They are for your personal use. Please do not share them with other jurors. Consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Please keep an open mind until then. You'll remember that we took a view in this case. The purpose of the view was to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the locations and their surroundings. Your responsibility in the view was to see the places, observe them carefully, and remember what you saw. The view is part of this case. You may use and consider the observations that you made while on the view in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The same is true about the demonstration we saw from the witness stand. The demonstration was done simply to help you understand the evidence, and you may consider it in your deliberations. It is the jury's job to earnestly seek the truth of the matter. In doing that, the jury must decide questions of credibility and reliability. The jury must decide how truthful or reliable or convincing any part of the evidence is. In deciding questions of credibility and reliability, you may rely on your common sense and reasoning powers and your life experiences. Consider a witness's testimony in the context of all the other evidence, not in isolation. You may consider the demeanor, candor, and appearance of the witness in testifying. Who was the witness? What relationship did they have to the case or to the other witnesses or the parties? Did the witness have any bias, reason, or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive in your deliberations and ultimately as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the witness and the assessment of the evidence presented. Is the witness someone likely to give an honest and impartial account? Consider not just whether the witness was honest, but also whether the witness's testimony was accurate and reliable or honestly mistaken. A prior statement by a witness, if inconsistent with his or her trial testimony in any way, may be considered on the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for that purpose. Now, you've heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation. This is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider 3 questions. First, whether the omitted tests or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted test or actions could reasonably have been expected to lead to significant evidence of the defendant's guilt or innocence. And third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the test or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involve factual determinations that are entirely up to you. And you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. Now, during the trial, I gave you some limiting instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I am going to summarize those limiting instructions here. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crime other than the charges contained in the indictments. You have heard evidence about interactions that Ms. Reed had with Mr. O'Keefe and other witnesses in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as evidence of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and whether it goes to her knowledge or intent or motive on January 29th, 2022. You may not consider that evidence as proof that she has a criminal personality or bad character. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, or to conclude that if she committed the acts in Aruba, she must also have committed the offenses with which she is charged here. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the persons who authored them were in fact John O'Keefe, the defendant, or the witnesses who testified about their communication with John O'Keefe and or the defendant. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, or the witnesses who testified here before you were the persons who authored or transmitted the electronic communications, then you may not consider the electronic communications in deciding the case. Now, the Commonwealth has introduced photographs into evidence. The photographs may be graphic and unpleasant. As I told you when you first saw them, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be graphic or unpleasant. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy. Consider a photograph only as it may show a medical condition, the nature of the injuries, or the details of the incident itself. You've heard evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements were admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You are not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe or messages the defendant's cell phone received from him can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of John O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. You've also heard testimony about statements allegedly made by Ms. Reed. Before you may consider any such statement, you are going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence or not, and for what purpose it may be used. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she is alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether or not any statement made by the defendant was voluntary, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any evidence that you have heard about the defendant's physical and mental condition, her intelligence, age, education, and experience. Your decision does not turn on any one factor. You must consider the totality of the circumstances. Some testimony came from witnesses who saw or heard something. Some witnesses also told you about opinions or conclusions they reached based on some special training or experience. But special training or experience does not necessarily make the witness's testimony any more believable or important than any other evidence. So you should consider the same questions about witness testimony that I mentioned earlier, including any bias or motive these opinion witnesses may have had to testify in a certain way. You may also consider the witness's level of experience and training, and whether they base their opinions on the facts that you find to be true. There were hypothetical questions asked of some of these witnesses. You may give whatever weight you deem appropriate to the opinion based on the hypothetical, but only if, after careful consideration, you find that all the assumed facts are true. Remember that witnesses, even those with special training or experience, do not decide cases. Juries do. It is up to you whether to accept or reject, in whole or in part, any opinion or conclusion that a witness offered during the trial. Now, you have the same powers with respect to the exhibits that you have and the testimony of the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight, that is the value they deserve to receive in helping you resolve the case as you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to believe something simply because it is written on a piece of paper or appears in a photograph. You are not, of course, required to disbelieve it because it appears there. You decide whether to believe what the exhibit purports to show and how much weight, if any, you give each exhibit. Now, you've heard me talk about the sources of evidence in this case. Those are the tools that we have to decide the case. Now, with the evidence in mind, what can you do with it? As jurors, you may bring to bear all your knowledge and experience. You don't check your common sense at the door to the jury room. Just the reverse. I instruct you to use your common sense. Give the evidence a reasonable and fair construction in the light of your common knowledge and experience. In determining the facts in this case, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe because you are entitled to rely upon both direct and indirect or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with their own senses. Circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that is sought to be proved. Such inferences may be considered with all of the other evidence in reaching your verdict. Circumstantial evidence is competent to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what do I mean by an inference? An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. Sometimes you can draw more than one inference. You have to decide which inferences are reasonable and decide which seems more reasonable to you. Remember, when you are dealing with inferences, you never have to infer anything. You may, but do not have to draw any inferences whatsoever. An inference drawn from circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one, which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess. You may not speculate. You may not engage in surmise. You should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore. When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable. Further, when the evidence tends equally to give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an example of an inference. Suppose that the issue you must decide is whether the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail today. If you go home and someone in your household, a child, roommate, or spouse, hands you the mail and states that he or she observed the letter carrier deliver the mail and retrieved it from the mailbox, this would be direct evidence that the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail. The witness perceived the event with his or her own senses and told you what he or she observed. The issue you would have to decide is whether the witness is credible. On the other hand, if you go home from court and find mail in the mailbox, you may infer that it was delivered by the U.S. Postal Service today. You draw this reasonable inference based on the following known facts. The mailbox was emptied yesterday. You know that the mail is delivered by the U.S. Postal Service Monday through Saturday. The letters in the box are postmarked. You have exactly the same power in this case, not the power to speculate or to guess, but the power to draw reasonable inferences warranted by the evidence in the fashion I have just described. You may have noticed that the defendant did not testify at this trial. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. All right, that completes my first part of the instructions. Now I'm going to turn to the elements of the charges against Ms. Reed. The Commonwealth has alleged that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe. Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. First, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has 3 subparts, which I will call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of the 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. The first prong is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. This means that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause John O'Keefe's death. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then, you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether Mr. O'Keefe's death was accidental because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. The next is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In order to prove manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a .08 or greater. You'll have both these choices on the verdict slip. Fourth, that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. And fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. So to prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was operating a motor vehicle. A person operates a motor vehicle while doing all of the well-known things that drivers do as they travel on a street or highway, and also in doing any act which directly tends to set the vehicle in motion. A person is operating a motor vehicle whenever they are in the vehicle and intentionally manipulate some mechanical or electrical part of the vehicle, like the gear shift or the ignition, which, alone or in sequence, will set the vehicle in motion. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant operated a motor vehicle in a public way. Any street or highway that is open to the public and is controlled and maintained by some level of government is a public way. This would include, for example, interstate and state highways, as well as municipal streets and roads. In determining whether any particular street or road is a public way, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether it has some of the usual indications of a public way. For example, whether it is paved, whether it has street lights, street signs, curbing, and fire hydrants, whether there are buildings along the street, whether it has any crossroads intersecting it, and whether it is publicly maintained. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, that is alcohol, and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a .08 or greater. I will now instruct you on both theories. What does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? It is not illegal to drive after consuming alcohol as long as the operator is not under the influence of alcohol. However, neither does someone have to be drunk to be under the influence of alcohol. A person is under the influence of alcohol if they've consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected emergencies. The amount of alcohol necessary to do this may vary from person to person. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant actually drove in an unsafe or erratic manner, but it is required to prove that their ability to drive safely was diminished by alcohol. You may rely on your experience and common sense about the effects of alcohol. You should consider any believable evidence about the defendant's alleged consumption of alcohol, as well as the defendant's appearance, condition, and behavior. In deciding this first theory of whether the defendant operated a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, you may also consider whether a blood test showed that the defendant had consumed any alcohol. However, no matter what the reading is, the blood test is not sufficient itself to prove that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Now, under the second theory, and again, both will be on the verdict slip and you should decide each one. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of operation, the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a .08 or greater. The Commonwealth may prove a person's blood alcohol level by a chemical test or analysis of their breath or blood. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's blood alcohol level beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether the test was administered within a reasonable time of operation of the motor vehicle, whether the person who administered the test was properly certified, whether and how the pre-test procedures were followed and employed, whether the testing device was working properly at the time the test was administered, and whether the test was administered properly. You may also consider any other evidence pertaining to the test. Mr. Court Officer, I know it's traditional to not allow anybody in and out of the courtroom while I'm charging, so I'm going to ask you to follow that at this point. Thank you. It's distracting, and I don't want it to be distracting for you folks, okay? The fourth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly. A person drives recklessly when they ignore the fact that their manner of driving is very likely to result in death or serious injury to someone, or they are indifferent to whether someone is killed or seriously injured. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant acted negligently. That is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. The defendant was reckless if she knew or should have known that such actions would pose a grave danger or death or serious injury to others, but chose, nevertheless, to run the risk and go ahead. Whenever I refer to the defendant's state of mind or her intent, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite state of mind or intent even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved the element. Here, the defendant must have intended her acts in the sense that they were not accidental. But it is not necessary that the defendant intended or foresaw the consequences of those acts, as long as a reasonable person would know that they were so dangerous that death or serious injury would probably result. As such, the Commonwealth does not need to prove that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. Rather, this is in the category of cases where public safety requires each driver, once they know what the situation is, to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of behavior. In determining whether the defendant drove recklessly, you should take into account all the facts of the situation: the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition and how well the defendant could see and could control the vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, what kind of road it was and who else was on the road, what was the time of day, the weather and the condition on the road were, and what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The fifth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant, by her actions, caused the death of John O'Keefe. The defendant caused the death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. If the Commonwealth has proven all five elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the lesser offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor includes the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of involuntary manslaughter even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So I will define involuntary manslaughter. To prove that the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused John O'Keefe's death. Second, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused John O'Keefe's death. Third, that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I will now discuss each element in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove the defendant intended to cause the death. You may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. The third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving a grave risk of harm to another person that a person undertakes with indifference or with disregard of the consequences of such conduct. Whether conduct is wanton or reckless depends either on what the defendant knew or how a reasonable person would have acted knowing what the defendant knew. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of grave danger. Even if the defendant herself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that a reasonably careful person would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I have defined them. In deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, the offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You may find the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. So I will define that for you now. In order to prove the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant did so in a negligent manner so that the lives or safety of the public might be endangered. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Elements 1, 2, 3, and 5 are the same as manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, as I've previously instructed you just moments ago. The difference between manslaughter while operating under the influence and motor vehicle homicide is the 4th element. To prove the 4th element of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people. A person acts negligently when she fails to use due care. That is, when they act in a way that a reasonable person would not act. This can happen either by doing something that a reasonable person would not do under the circumstances, or by failing to do something that a reasonable person would do. The defendant acted negligently if she drove in a way that a reasonable person would not have, and by doing so created an unnecessary danger to other people, a danger that could have avoided, that she could have avoided by driving more carefully. The defendant's intent does not matter, so do not consider it in determining whether or not the defendant was negligent. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth show that the defendant intended to act negligently or unlawfully. Under our laws, public safety requires each driver to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of reasonable behavior. Therefore, what the defendant may or may not have intended to result from her actions is irrelevant. The issue is whether or not she drove as a reasonable person would have under the circumstances. In determining whether the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people, you should take into account evidence, if any, about the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well she could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, the kind of road it was, and who else was on the road, the time of day, the weather, and the road conditions, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The next indictment is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. In order to prove the defendant guilty of leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, the Commonwealth must prove 6 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated on a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that the defendant knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. Fourth, that the collision caused injury to John O'Keefe, resulting in his death. And fifth, that after causing such injury, the defendant failed to stop and provide name, home address, and registration number of the motor vehicle. And sixth, that the defendant failed to do so for the purpose of avoiding prosecution or apprehension. Jurors, I've already instructed you on the first and second elements. The other 4 elements should be given their plain meaning, and the parties agree that I do not need to define them any further. Save a little time for you. Right? As a general rule, you are permitted but not required to infer that a person who intentionally uses a dangerous weapon on another person intends to kill that person or cause him grievous bodily harm, or intends to do an act which, in the circumstances known to him, a reasonable person would know creates a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. An item that is normally used for innocent purposes can become a dangerous weapon if it is used in a dangerous or potentially dangerous fashion. The law considers an item, in this case a motor vehicle, to be used in a dangerous fashion if it is used in a way that it reasonably appears to be capable of causing serious injury or death to another person. In deciding whether an item was used as a dangerous weapon, you may consider the circumstances surrounding the alleged crime, the nature, size, and shape of the item, and the manner in which it was handled or controlled. Now that completes the second part of my instructions. I will now turn to the final instructions. In order for a jury to return a verdict, that is, to reach a decision in a criminal case, the law provides that there may only be 12 persons on the deliberating jury, and you will note that there are still 14 of you. To avoid the need for a new trial, if one or more jurors becomes ill or has to be excused for some good reason, we customarily impanel extra jurors at the beginning of a trial, as we did in this case. However, when you begin your deliberations, the law of Massachusetts is that there can only be 12 jurors. Therefore, at the conclusions of my instruction, the clerk will reduce your number to 12 on a random basis. The jurors not selected to serve in the jury will become the alternate jurors. If you are selected as an alternate juror, please do not feel that your efforts in this case have been wasted because, as I've indicated, it is important that we have extra jurors in the case of emergency. If we did not impanel extra jurors and a juror became ill or for some other reason had to be excused, we would have to try the case all over again with a new jury. In the event that a juror has to be excused once the jury starts deliberating, then an alternate juror will be chosen to take that juror's position, and the jury will be required to start their deliberations all over again from the very beginning. Therefore, it is important that the alternates not discuss the case with anyone, including each other, for if an alternate becomes a member of the jury for deliberations, the alternate's views should be his or her own and not influenced by anyone else. Now, different states and jurisdictions use different means to select a foreperson of the jury. In some jurisdictions, the jurors select their own foreperson. In Massachusetts, the judge is responsible for selecting a foreperson. A foreperson of a jury has been described as the first among equals. He or she is responsible for organizing the deliberations, communicating with the court if necessary during deliberations, and presenting the verdict following your deliberations. The foreperson has no greater say or vote in the jury's deliberations. However, in that sense, is exactly equal with all the jurors. I am going to ask juror in seat number 1, juror number 400. Would you be our foreperson, please, sir? Thank you. When you return to the jury room to deliberate, the court officers will deliver to you all of the exhibits in this case, as well as the verdict slips that you will use in returning your verdict. Your foreperson will be given verdict slips setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision as to any charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should continue deliberating until you have reached a final verdict on each charge. You should not begin deliberating until all 12 jurors are together in the jury room, and should cease deliberating if any one juror is not present in the jury room. It is important that you not communicate with anyone outside the jury room about the deliberations or about anything concerning this case. Further, I instruct you that no juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in dispute or to deliberate on a verdict solely because of education, background, or experience. The parties and I have chosen each of you as fair and impartial jurors, and your voices have equal weight. To reach a unanimous verdict, each juror must agree. Jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. At the same time, each juror must decide the case for himself or herself, but only after impartially considering the evidence with his or her fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong, but no juror should surrender an honest conviction to the opinion of fellow jurors simply for the purpose of returning a verdict. Although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I urge you not to begin conducting an immediate straw vote. Rather, I encourage you not to take any votes until you have completed a careful and thorough collective view of all the evidence. At this point, I want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the beginning of this trial. I told you that our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. I also pointed out that we all have our own built-in expectations and assumptions, even if we are not consciously aware of them, and I talked about some of the ways we can try to deal with them. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are the most likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Take time to consider all the evidence. Second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing, and whether any evidence casts doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions instead of the evidence. Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as a member of a particular group. Fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? Fifth, listen to your fellow jurors. They may have different points of view. If so, they may help you determine whether you are focusing on the facts or making assumptions, perhaps based on stereotypes. Of course, your fellow jurors could be influenced by their own unstated assumptions, so don't be shy or hesitate to speak up. You should participate actively, particularly if you think the other jurors are overlooking or undervaluing evidence you find important. In fact, when you explain your thoughts out loud to other jurors, you are also helping yourself to focus on the evidence instead of assumptions. If you use these strategies, then you will do your part to reach a decision that is as fair as humanly possible. That is your responsibility as jurors. Now, during the course of your deliberations, you might have a question concerning the law in this case. I'm not suggesting that you will, but you might. Perhaps I said something you did not understand. If you have any questions, please feel free to bring them to my attention by writing a note dated and signed by the foreperson and sending it to me by way of the court officer. Because your role as the jury is to determine the facts of the case, I cannot answer any questions you have concerning the facts of the case. I have no role in this case when it comes to deciding what the facts are. Neither is it possible to provide you with a transcript of the testimony, even though we've had a phenomenal court reporter throughout this whole trial. If you send a question to me, I will respond after consulting with the lawyers. Please do not ask a court officer or anyone else to answer any questions concerning anything material to the case. We will not answer a question or take a verdict between 1 and 2. You'll have lunch brought into you and decide whether you want to stop your deliberations during lunch or deliberate. At the end of the day, if you're still deliberating, I'll send in a note asking if you want to continue deliberating or break for the day and return tomorrow morning. Don't tell anyone, including me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise on the questions before such time as you have reached a unanimous verdict. You are going to notice shortly that the court officers are going to take an oath, and you will hear from that they too, as well as all other persons, are forbidden to communicate in any way or manner with any member of this jury on any subject touching on the merits of this case. Remember that the decision of the jury must be unanimous, and the foreperson should be certain that each member of the jury is in complete agreement with the verdict. After the final vote of the jury, the foreperson should check the appropriate boxes as to each charge, then sign and date the verdict slips and notify the court officer that you have reached a unanimous verdict. You will then be brought back into the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver the verdicts to the court. I'm going to seek counsel before we reduce your number to 12.
Okay. 12:21, that means it's 1:21 there. Ali B from Tennessee, thank you. Thank you. Congrats on 25K. You're amazing. You deserve it. Thank you. Thank you. We'll go over some of those jury instructions in a minute while we oops. When they start deliberations, we'll put the clock up. They haven't started yet. If they have to be out at 4, we won't have a verdict today. She said that they were going to Is it a random draw for the jurors? She said at the beginning of the day that she was going to use their original juror numbers to do instead of their seat numbers. We'll go over it and we'll break it down to make it a little bit easier. And the lessers and all of that. Yeah, Jim was going to do it for her. I'm craving a sandwich. Normally, if I eat breakfast, I'm not hungry by now, but...
You are unmuted.
All right, so Mr. Clerk, will you choose the alternates, please?
So he said he's going to choose his alternates by, or choose the alternates by their original juror numbers. I'm drawing them. I love it when they have
juror
those.
Sitting in seat number 3, who is juror 79, step down and take your place as an alternate. And the juror sitting in seat number 2, juror 14.
So Vineyard, the one that Fall Rivers calls Vineyard Vines, is the foreman.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we need to swear in the court officers. They're going to be in charge of you during your deliberations. I suggest that you listen to the oath that they are taking so that you can be aware of their responsibilities. Now you can swear them, Mr. Clerk.
You swear that you will keep this jury and alternates in some separate but convenient place until they agree, that you not suffer any person to speak to them, nor speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they are agreed, nor suffer them to disperse until they're discharged of their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, so jurors, I need not remind you that you have an important responsibility, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you decide the case with integrity and with principle. We all expect you to reach an impartial verdict dictated by your logic, without bias, without prejudice or sympathy, and not prompted by any facts except those that you have heard here in the court during trial. We are looking for impartial judgment dictated by your reasoning and the fullest discharge of your oaths as jurors. You may now retire and deliberate your verdict.
Jurors, this time taking your notebooks. All rise, follow me. All rise. You may be seated.
All right, so counsel, I'll give you a few minutes to work with Mr. McDermott on the verdict slip, and then I'll come back out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise for the court, please.
So involuntary is out?
No, involuntary.
All right. There we go. Okay, so real quick, let's look at a couple things because Fall River reporter the final jury is 6 men and 6 women. All right, so Fall River reporter has been reporting on, and she nicknamed the jurors to like make it easier to keep up with them. I was on a panel with her. What has that been? A week or so ago? Maybe. And she gives them nicknames to help keep it, where is it? There it is. To help keep it clear. So let's see. So she says, let's pull up her Twitter. Y'all can follow this on Twitter. It's at Fall River Report. All right, so let's see. So she says the Vineyard Vines, the one that she calls Vineyard Vines, is the one who was selected as the foreman. I'm going to take these off for a little bit. Let me put in my Keep that noisiness in there. Okay, so she calls it Vinny Vines. Oh, Lord of mercy. Not Vinny Vines. Vineyard. Oh, look at my hair. Okay, I put my headphones on when my hair was wet this morning. See my headphone mark? Vineyard Vines. Not Vinny Vines. All right, so she says that is who was put as the foreman. And here, let me just show this. So she showed a couple of screenshots of different things that she said about Vineyard Vine Juror. Jackson asked Wolf. Wolf is, of course, one of our crash daddies. If at the time of testing he did on the drinking glass and taillight, he had even heard of the Karen Reed case. Wolf says no. Vineyard Vine's juror is impressed with that. Another one, Vineyard Vine's juror is looking at Lally with confusion as he starts talking. Lally is asking if Sheridan did this autopsy himself. Juror seems to think this is an obvious question. The juror on the end is moving her chair from side to side with her head in her hand. Vineyard Vine's juror has yawned twice. Another juror yawned. So that's a couple of her, let me see what else she's got. That's a couple of the just the things that she's noticed about Vineyard Vine's juror. Let's see what else. What, if anything, we can hear? I was a little annoyed. I was just a little annoyed. Let's see what else. Let's see what else. The dismissed, Sue O'Connell said the dismissed juror and the two alternates were the most visibly reactive to Proctor. That's something. I don't see. Yeah, I don't see anything else. All right. Yeah, sus much. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. So she said that they're bringing them lunch. So the jury can decide if they want to go ahead and start deliberating or if they want to eat their lunch first. They're bringing them lunch. So it's just up to them. But I started the clock because now they're back there for deliberations. But if they don't want to deliberate while they're eating, then the judge said she's leaving it up to them. Let's talk real quick about about the charges. 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 Come on. Help me out here. There we go. Okay. All right. So the charges and the lesser includeds. Let's talk about that for uno momento. All right, here we go. The second degree. What does it mean that they were the most reactive? Like their reactions, the reporters that were talking about reactions from the jurors, the ones that were the most reactive to him. That's all it said. So I'm assuming like the ones that, because I know that they were talking about how some of them, were some of them were making faces and like looking surprised and things like that when they were doing the cross-examination and when they were reading the text and stuff like that. So I think that maybe though it means that those are the ones that seemed like the most pissed off about the testimony and things that he had done. But all right, so I don't know what that noise is. Okay, calm down. I know, calm down. I think they're cleaning the floors in the hall and she's mad. Okay, so the first charge is the second degree murder. So let's break that down a little bit because I know she read through them kind of fast because this is what they're going to be deliberating back there. The first charge is the second degree murder. So the first thing that you have to prove of that, or they have to believe of that, is that she caused the death of John O'Keefe. There are three options. Calm down, Luce. There are three options with that. One is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe consciously or purposely. Okay, so just by the voicemails alone, for me personally, just by the voicemails alone, that one's out. I think that the voicemails and her like yelling at him and all that kind of stuff, I think that that shows that she did not consciously or purposefully hit him and kill him because she didn't think that he was dead. So I think A would be out. So for B, it would be intended to cause grievous bodily harm, severe injury to the body. For that one, they would have to believe, I think that what would fall into that one would be if they believe that she meant to hit him with the car. If they believe that she hit him with the car, they would have to believe that she meant to hit him with the car, but maybe didn't intend to kill him. So if she meant to hit him with the car to, you know, teach him a lesson about Laura Sullivan, or if, you know, or Marietta Sullivan, or, you know, they were fighting and she wanted to hurt him because she was mad or whatever, they would, I guess they, like, that's what that would fall into. To me, it's kind of a non-issue because if the car didn't hit him, then what are we even doing here? But that's what, you know, that's what that is. What are my thoughts about Lally not mentioning the testimony of the crash daddies? Because what is he going to say? I think that he was just hoping that they would forget that. Like, who could forget the crash daddies, though? Let's be honest. So, so if they believe first, okay, so if they believe that she hit him, if they think that crash daddies don't know what they're talking about, and Trooper Paul is the credible one to listen to, then they would have to ignore all of the crash daddy stuff and say, we believe that she hit him with the car, and say that I mean, basically that's what it would have to do. I think the hardest thing for me would be just believing beyond a reasonable doubt that she even hit him with the car because of the testimony of the two experts who were completely independent and not hired by either side. So for me, that's a problem. That's reasonable doubt. So everything else is just out the window. But that's second degree. They would have to believe that she caused the death and that she intended to kill him or intended to hit him with the car to hurt him as bad as possible, or intended to do an act which, with circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would know that a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. So basically, they would have to anyone with shoes on in this chat asking for Lally, lock him up! Lock him up. I had a whole meltdown over that, Broken Baker. I had a whole meltdown. I had a whole meltdown over the shoes. Yes, everybody, I know that Laura, you know, is going live. Thank you for, thank you. Can't go there. I'm live. Hey, everybody, let's ditch this stream and go over here. Got it. Got it. Thank you. This place sucks. Let's go over here. This party's lame. Let's go. Okay. Crack me up. All right. This party sucks. I, y'all can go over there and visit when I take a little lunch break. Okay. Anywho, so for second degree, it would have to be that. Now, does anybody think that they could possibly get to that? I think that if you put, Screens with Sam says, I can't go into anyone else's stream. I have shoes on. You'll be convicted. You'll be convicted. All right. So even if they do, okay, they would have to, okay, let's say that there are jurors who would, like, because I know that there are some people on the internet. Let's say there are jurors who would completely dismiss, Jordan Smith said, I can confirm Dr. Wolf has a crush on Brandy. We went to different schools together. Hey, Crash Daddy, if you're out there. I'm gonna look up Crash Daddy. I want to see if I can do an interview with Crash Daddy. Put that on my to-do list. Somebody put that on my to-do list. I don't have an assistant, so Lucy, put that on my to-do list. You want to crash daddy? You want to crash stepdaddy? She does. She does. Look at her tail wagging. Oh, yeah. I should have taken my medicine today. Okay. Focus. You want to crash stepdaddy? Do you want to crash stepdaddy? He makes cannons. He makes cannons. I bet he has treats. Yeah. Okay. I started calling him Crash Daddy because we have the trial daddies. Like because he's a trial daddy, but more than that, like he's like the reconstructionist dude. So trial daddy he was like more than a trial daddy. He was a crash daddy. Crash stepdaddy. Lindsay said, I will not make a biscuit joke. Will not make a blasting biscuit joke. No, behave. Behave. Focus. I'll have 25,000 bridesmaids and groomsmen or attendees at the wedding. Ugh, my throat closes up even when I talk about wedding. But an interview would be fun. She cannot be charged with DUI as a separate charge. It's included in as part of the manslaughter while operating under the influence, but not a separate charge. And we talked about this yesterday. If there was anything that she could be, potentially convicted of based on evidence, it could be DUI, but or OUI, whatever they call it there. But that one's not separate. So to me, it's acquittal on all charges, I think. So taste the biscuit. need to get my life together. Okay, so second degree murder. So basically, I don't think that anybody could, there's no reasonable way, not any possible reasonable way that you could look at that information that we've been provided and say, yeah, she was totally pissed off about Laura Sullivan's little sister in Aruba. And so she was like, I'm going to kill him. And the fact that she called him and was, you know, hollering at him and stuff, it obviously shows that to me that she did not know he was dead. So that part is completely out. I think the only way that you could, that a juror could convict on second degree is if they believe that she meant to hit him with the car to cause grievous bodily harm, severe injury to the body. But even then, they would have to believe that she meant to cause, I think the A and B are out, because I don't think that she would have wanted to seriously hurt him. There's no history of any kind of violent anything between them. So they would have to believe that for that one, it would have to be C, intended to do an act which, with circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would know a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. So, like, one of the things, like, if they would have to convince themselves that somehow a reasonable person would think that if she hit him with the car, that it would kill him, but she was, like, didn't think about it or something. I don't know. I don't see that being a possibility. Does anybody see that as a possibility? Does anybody see a conviction for that as a possibility? For that one, it would be like it would have to be that she intentionally hit him with the car. The manslaughter while operating under the influence. This is the vehicular manslaughter while operating under the influence. No. Everybody's saying no. That's what I think too. I don't see how. I don't see it. Even if she threw it in reverse, pissed off to leave. I mean, I could see her doing that. Like, you know, pissed off and gonna leave, threw it in reverse. But I don't think that she would have been pissed off and put it in reverse and, like, to hit him. That makes zero sense to me. Okay, so the other charge, manslaughter while operating under the influence. So Karen was operating motor vehicle. That we pretty much know. So that one, okay, so we all agree second degree is out. She did not mean to hit him with the car. We all agree that. But who knows who's reasonable and who's not. If Karen Reed is found not guilty, will the real killer be maybe found? I doubt it. Because at this point, they've spent all of their time and resources trying to convict her. And if they now try to pursue somebody else, that would be the easiest defense in the world. For whoever else they, like, let's say that, you know, they ended up charging Brian Higgins, unless they have, like, something hardcore. Because right now they're saying that every bit of evidence that they have points to this person. So the easiest defense in the world would be for an attorney to get up there and say, y'all have already said that every single thing that you have points to somebody else. Just because y'all didn't get a conviction, everything that you have, y'all went after her for years. The jury's going to hear that and be like, oh, well, there's reasonable doubt. That'd be the easiest conviction in the world. It would take, like, you know, brand new hardcore evidence or stuff that came out with other investigations. All right, so the manslaughter while operating under the influence elements. So for this one, Karen was operating a motor vehicle. I think everybody, like, that one's kind of, we all know that she was driving when she left. I don't think anybody's, like, the defense isn't even arguing that. And they saw a woman, you know, they didn't know Karen, but they saw a woman holding the, you know, 10 and 2, etc. So that one, okay, that one's fine. That one's proven. Operated motor vehicle on a public way. She was on streets, so that one is a yes. Under the influence of an intoxicating liquor like alcohol and or her BAC was above the 0.08. They argued the BAC, blood alcohol, but and then they showed video of her drinking. There's arguments that they can do, you know, that they did do to poke holes in that. Like, well, we don't really know how much she was drinking. We didn't see, you know, her actually drinking it. We didn't see the receipts, whatever. The receipts that they did have only had, what, 1 or 2 Tito's on there from the one. So they could argue that, but with people saying that they thought she was drunk and stuff and her saying she was too drunk, I could see them just going with that one. Let's just 4 would be Karen's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. So recklessness means that she knew or should have known that her actions would cause injury to others, but she did it anyway. And then Karen must have intended her acts in the sense that they were not accidental, but not all the way that she intended their result. So Commonwealth does not need to prove for this element that she intended to kill John O'Keefe. So her actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted in recklessness. So she should have known that her actions would have caused injury to others, but she did it anyway. And then because of that, she caused the death of John O'Keefe. So for that one, they would have to say that she should have known that her actions would have caused injury to others, but she did it anyway. So her actions could be, you know, drinking and driving and throwing the car in reverse if they believe that the car hit him. So for the first one, it would be for second-degree manslaughter, or I mean second-degree murder, it would be she believed that for second-degree murder, it would be that they believe that she hit him on purpose, whether or not she meant to cause his death, that she hit him on purpose. For manslaughter with OUI, it would be that she was drunk and did things that she should have known better. And those things being like drinking and driving, throwing it in reverse, whatever they see as the behavior for that. That would be, but again, all of these would have to involve them believing that the car hit John O'Keefe. How many times did Lally misstate the evidence and testimony in his closing arguments? All of the times. Hedgehog in space. All of the times. All of the times. So many times. Within the first freaking 5 seconds. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She said it 4 times. No. Lally. According to your witnesses, she said it 3 times. You can't even get that right? You can't even get that right? Seriously? Eliza Courtney says the car hit John O'Keefe. Well, that goes against science and physics and experts, but if that's what you got out of all that testimony. I have a feeling that since they told on that one juror who was spewing about Karen Reed, that they are on our side. Oh, are you talking about the dismissed jurors? I wish the experts had been able to debunk the 60 yards in reverse at 24 miles per hour. Practically impossible in the snow, I think. Oh, but did you hear the biomechanical engineer and crash reconstructionist doctor with all of his degrees talking about how Occam's razor is not evidence, and Occam's razor is not like how physics and science works. It's like you can't just go like, oh, physics and science, you don't count because of Occam's razor. That's not how that works. That's just not how that works. It's like, stuff, evidence, and stuff, and math, and evidence, and stuff. That was so funny when he said stuff, like, and stuff. Yeah, Occam's razor is just, it's just not a defense. It's not recognized in a court. It's not evidence. I said defense. It's not evidence. The jury's responsibility is to look at the evidence and weigh the evidence and the expert testimony and saying, well, it will be easier to believe this is not evidence. I think that, but here's the thing. For them to believe that this happened, for them to believe Occam's razor, for them to believe this, it's literally like they're going to have to say, okay, the people who were independently hired by the Department of Justice and told to test this and see if this is possible, not for this side, not for that side, independently test this and see if this is possible with all of your degrees and all of your knowledge and all of your training and all of your published articles about Lexis, data and information. Literally has published articles about this. Like, let's pick the people who could possibly know the absolute most about this and see if they say it's possible. And then being like, you know what? Nah. It's easier to think this. That's what that would be. It would be saying these people who have done so much training and education and experimentation and testing and can back up everything that they're saying with math and physics and logic, saying that they don't know what they're talking about because this sounds easier to believe. And that's just not how life works. It's not how the deliberations will be working, hopefully, if people follow instructions. But also take the crash daddies out of it. You can take them out of it. You have both crash daddies saying this could not have happened. This did not happen. And then you have not only the medical examiner for the defense, but also the medical examiner for the Commonwealth, also saying when there's a pedestrian strike, you expect to see bruising at bare minimum at the impact point. You expect to see at least bruising. And if you don't see, and that's like, that's, they were saying fractures and stuff too, but at the bare minimum, bruising. You cannot have 1,000 pounds of force if you're going 15 miles an hour. 1,000 pounds of force on this big, huge, SUV hitting him enough to propel him outward and not have some kind of bruising or fracturing. So in order to say, you know what, I'm just going to dismiss all that, you are taking the witnesses who have the most credibility, the most education, the most training, the most experience, and saying, nah, I'm just going to do my own thing. I'm just going to go against every single thing that you have broken down and explained to me, and all of the reasoning and logic and science and physics behind it, and just be like, nah, I'm gonna go the other way. And I mean, if that's what people on a jury are going to do, then God bless us all. And I can only hope that none of us are ever in a position to where we're having to fight for something that is literally physically impossible to have happened. And to have people being like, I'm just going to ignore all of that and send her to prison because Occam's razor. Kathy, hello. Member for 13 whole months. Congratulations on 25K subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. I'm an ICU trauma level 1 nurse. Ridiculous. No bruising. BS. Yeah, I talked to... Yeah. Yay! I know nothing about Karen Reed trial, but here for the party. We're glad. We're glad. I'm curious. I'm curious. Let's say, I don't know if you have like a kid that drives, or if you have I don't even want to say you, because people have a harder time putting themselves in a situation. And it matters more when it's somebody you love. I mean, it does for me anyway. Think about like if your kid is being accused of a hit and run and they have damage to their car and you don't know how it got there. It could have been there before. It could have happened with something else, whatever. You don't really know. And they're being accused of a hit and run that off of a bridge and died. That was really vulgar, or not vulgar, but anyway. So let's say that happened, and don't come in here calling my people ridiculous. I'll ban you. We're all being nice to you right now, even though we disagree, which is fine. You start calling my people ridiculous, and we're not going. Don't come in here with that mess. Imagine you have a kid who is charged with a hit and run, and you have literal doctors and medical examiners and scientists and PhDs and all of these people in there explaining to a jury why he could not have been the one who did it. And you are sitting there watching as like expert after expert explains why it could not have been your child that did it. And then you hear the jury say, yeah, but Occam's razor makes the most sense. I think that before we start arguing things like that, we need to put ourselves in that situation and really understand what that presumption of innocence really means. There's a reason that we have presumption of innocence. There's a reason why you can't just say, it was most likely that guy. Lock him up. And if you think that you could put if you could watch your child on trial for a hit and run that you believe he didn't commit, and doctors and scientists and physicists and all of these people are out here saying it is not possible for him to have done it. These injuries don't line up. This doesn't make sense. And if you could hear the jury convict your child for it anyway, and then be like, you know what, I understand. It's all right. I'll put money on his books for ramen noodles because I understand, because Occam's razor. That makes sense to me. If you think that you would be okay and understanding with people having that logic if it was your beloved family member, then it's you and I are just in a different state of mind. I think that when we can take our personal feelings about preconceived notions or things like that going into it and actually look at the evidence and really keep in mind what the presumption of innocence is, then I think that it changes a lot of things here. Yes, this is the verdict clock. Verdict clock. They did prove it was snowing. They did prove it was snowing. Of course, they could have just shown that one quick video and it would have let us know it was snowing. But we had to confirm it with 742 witnesses. Everybody picks on me the way I say ramen. I've always called it ramen noodles. Ramen. Every single pedestrian crash I have ever worked while vehicle moving in reverse, I observed tire marks, some portion of the clothing or body. A vehicle in motion doesn't stop on a dime. And the dang lack of bruising is just such a huge thing to me. I forget if the band was loud. It changes everything. If by chance they came back with a guilty, do you think that her attorneys will appeal? Yes, absolutely, 100%. All attorneys appeal after the conviction, pretty much. So, I think everyone feels bad for the O'Keefe family, but the people to blame for that are the police. Karen Reed is innocent and doesn't deserve to go to jail for the police failure. I 100% agree that everybody feels bad for the O'Keefe, or I guess not everybody does. I do. Most people do. Pretty much everybody does. You can't really say everybody anymore on anything because there's always like the extremist. But I know I do. I know most people do. I can't even imagine. I feel like everybody should. But I agree. The police are definitely to blame for so much of this ridiculous situation. I was a juror on a murder case years ago. Many factors led to, everything just moved, led to guilty verdict, but mainly we weighed what the injuries were to what the defendant said happened. It didn't add up to the damage to the victim. I think when things don't add up like that, that itself is reasonable doubt. But the thing is, all you have to do to say not guilty is have some kind of other reasonable explanation. And the fact that the doctors and the experts are saying this is not consistent with this, and especially the crash reconstruction experts, like, this is not possible, this is not how this happened. To me, with just those two, it was case over, because that in and of itself, you don't have to prove anything else. You don't have to prove a Google search. You don't have to prove that, Brian Higgins had anything to do with it. You don't have to prove who did. You don't have to prove what happened. The only thing that the jury needs to see for not guilty verdict is reasonable doubt. And if you have these two crash daddies saying this is not what happened, then that means that somewhere out there's another reasonable explanation as to what happened. They don't have to know what it is. This is not an A, B, C, D, E. I think this is what happened. It's either this happened without a doubt or without a reasonable doubt, or something else reasonable could have happened. That's it. Those are your options. And with Crash Daddy saying this is not possible because of science and physics, that means that something else reasonable out there happened. We don't have to know what it is. We probably never will. But something else happened. They did not swab his arms, correct? They swabbed some of the parts of his shirt. Sandy B, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. I feel bad for the O'Keefes, but I really believe Peg didn't like Karen before this happened, and she probably feels guilty because she fought John for the kids. She is blind with grief. I think that any mother who has been through the hell that she has been through, losing 2 children, I would be a complete whack job, to use Proctor's favorite term. I don't even know what I would be doing or saying or thinking or feeling. I cannot even imagine, the emotional irregularity that would come with that, and how you would cope with things, how you would deal with things. So I feel so bad for that family, because I don't know how I would be able to do it. I'd be blaming everybody. pissed off at you. I'm pissed off at you. You know, you yelled at my kid once in the 7th grade, so screw you too. Like, I would be... I couldn't. I can't even imagine. Lori, no thought defense was trying to prove John through the glass, but that to get that damage pattern on the light, it would have been a small blunt object like a hammer from Proctor while he stood there. Yeah, the fact that it was the glass, like it's interesting because, you know, the first thing that they went to was the glass, which is something I've said before. So that's why I said, like, you know, me and Crash Daddy are just two peas in a pod. But, you know, that's something that is potentially not to, like, you know, like he was saying, not to be considered just as throwing the glass, but a glass is a smaller object. So is a hammer. So is, you know, something that could be used like a hammer, that, like, you know, baseball bat or whatever, anything to break it, which would go with the defense's theory. Now, am I saying that that's what happened? No, but I'm saying that when it comes to looking at evidence and thinking about, you know, could either of the theories work or could they not, whatever. My heart breaks for the kids, but I know Kristen, Steve, and John are angels watching over them. Yeah, I can't imagine the loss at such a young age. I hate that so much. I really do. Yeah, I don't want to, I don't want to talk about the O'Keefes or speculate on, like, anything that they're thinking or feeling, because I don't even like when the camera shows them. I can't imagine the position they're in, and you know, I don't, I couldn't do it. So I don't even like discussing things that they've had to go through. I can't imagine. Or why they think what they think or anything like that. I just, until, you know, you're in that situation, none of us could know what you would think or how you would feel or act. Like, it would be so hard. Sandy B said, thank you for super chat. I hate that the McAlberts had to make today about them. I thought about that while they were sitting there. You know, I'm wondering if to me, this is just pure speculation, just my thoughts. To me, it feels like having them there, because look at the ones that were there. Brian Albert, Jen McCabe, and Colin Albert, which are three of the main ones that are part of the defense's theory, right? I think having them sitting there with the family was intentional for the jury to have that optic to see, like, okay, because even though it's not like you're having to choose between, do I believe this one or this one? That's not what this is. It's supposed to be weighing the evidence and all of that. But at the same time, I think that having them there is almost like telling the jury before they go deliberate, like, hey, we're the family and we don't believe this. They're here with us. Like, they're on our side. So kind of like sending them off into deliberations with the optic of seeing them there as a way of sending the signal to the jury that we don't believe this. This is, they're sitting on our side. So when you go deliberate, keep that in mind. That's the way I kind of interpreted it. I could be totally wrong. It's pure speculation. Are jury instructions usually this long and convoluted? It seems a bit Lally-esque. Yes, they are. Quite often. Very long. Some of them are way longer. Sandy B says, oh, I do too. We are part of the family. Thank you for super chat. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll finish going over the instructions. Mermaid Mary Arden, thank you so much for super chat. Band probably played American Pie. In my college days going to CF McCarthy's with friends, they always played that song and everyone sang out loud. See, I said Sweet Caroline, but you're right. American Pie that's a good one too. That's a good guess. I thought these jury instructions were quite short and sweet. They are actually not as long as a lot of them are. We've heard some long ones where it was like they were never going to end. Okay, so the manslaughter while operating under the influence, we talked about that one. The other lesser included is involuntary manslaughter. So that one, they would have to believe that she caused his death, that she intended, not necessarily that she intended to cause his death, but that she intended the conduct that caused his death, and that her conduct was wanton and reckless, meaning a high degree of likelihood of substantial harm to another. So for that one, if she intended the conduct, like the drinking and driving and being angry or whatever, maybe that. But see, again, all of these involve the car, and the Crash Daddies, for me, that's just, I'm not going to be able to get past him being hit with the car. For me, that was just game over. Okay, so lesser included offense, motor vehicle homicide, only if jury is not convinced of manslaughter. Okay, so motor vehicle homicide. So this is the lesser of those. Karen operated a motor vehicle on public roads. While she was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, or her blood alcohol was 0.08. So here's the difference in this charge. Karen drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people. And negligent is failure to use due caution. Doing something that a reasonable person would not do under circumstances, or failing to do something reasonable that a person would do. Her intent does not matter in this charge. And in such operation of motor vehicle, Karen caused the death of John O'Keefe. Oh, the first time I was introduced to this case was on Investigation ID on TV. The lady from the FBI was narrating it. Of course, it focused on Proctor and how he found all that. I didn't know that they had anything on it. I'll have to check that out. That's interesting. Interesting. All right, and then the final one, leaving the scene, accident resulting in death. Karen operated a motor vehicle on public roads, knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. The collision caused an injury, resulting in his death. After causing the injury, she failed to stop and give license and registration, or just stop fleeing the scene, and then failed to stop to avoid prosecution. Yeah. Look, Lindsay Hendricks read my mind. I was like, oh, I'll have to check that out. And then I was like, wait, which lady from the FBI? Because there are some of them that I just don't watch. Oh, just read where the two who assaulted, you know, who have been charged. I saw this yesterday, where they were charged. If it was cough and after, that's a no for me, dog. I'll pass on that one. Somebody sent me Coven Evers tweets about the FBI experts and how sometimes I look at the stuff that people send me with that she posts and I like have to double check and look to see if it's a parody account or if she's actually being serious. And no, that is not me being nice. That is me being honest. Once you get me past a certain point, you don't get the nice me anymore. That part of me is closed off to you. You no longer have access to that part of me. She has reached that point. No matter what happens, Brady has to begin each day now with, hear ye, hear ye. Okay, so we've gone over this. So let's do our poll. Start a poll. Start a poll. Create a poll. Choose one. Not guilty. All counts. So guilty of second degree. Guilty manslaughter while operating under the influence. Or guilty of one of the two lessers. And one of the two lessers could be the motor vehicular homicide or the involuntary manslaughter. Like I said, to me, all of these require believing that the car hit John O'Keefe, and the experts and the doctors disagree with that happening, which means they know more than me, so I now disagree with it happening. Yeah, one of the jurors left this morning. The one that was the one that was very that Jessica from Fall River Reporter says was very into it. We never got a Walmart, did we? We had Dunkin' Donuts. Did we never get a Walmart? Did we just make history? Candace DeLong was the FBI analyst. Okay, then I'll check it out. Oh my gosh, did we not get a Walmart? Was there no mention of Walmart in this trial? Walmart is our free space because there's a Walmart in every trial. There was a Stop and Shop. There is a mention, for those of you who this is your first trial with me, there is a mention of Walmart in every single trial. Every one. Every single one. We always talk about bingo because like the most random things will be said or come out and we're always like, well, that wasn't on my bingo card. And there's even like trial bingo that you can play, but there is no trial that we have ever watched that did not mention Walmart at least once. Normally it's because they're going on the murder all at Walmart. But yeah, we got Stop and Shop, but we did not get a Walmart. I am like, the closest Walmart is it Walpole? I've never heard. There's always at least one mention. One time it was just there was a Walmart parking lot. Like we thought we were going to make it through that one, but then somebody was in a Walmart parking lot or across from a Walmart parking lot. There was a Stop and Shop, but no. No Walmart equals tampered evidence. Right? No Walmart in this trial. I don't trust anything. I don't trust anything. There was a weed whacker. There's a Walgreens. How is there not? I don't trust anything now. It's like it's not like the trials all center around it. It's just that there's always something. Like one time it was like in the Thami trial, like something was in a Walmart bag in the back of his car. And we're like, bingo. There's sometimes like they're seen on Walmart surveillance video. Sometimes one time it was just a Walmart parking lot. Oh, yeah, I'll do the verdict eyebrows. I have to find them. It's been so long since I've had them. I'll look in just, I don't know where they're at. Let me see. There's always video footage from a Walmart. Let's see if I can find verdict eyebrows. That I can actually see. Verdict eyebrows. Where are they? While I'm looking for them, I'll tell you the story. I was going live one day, and I had just been reading emails, and somebody had emailed me and told me that she really liked my channel, but she couldn't really watch anymore because she couldn't pay attention because it was too distracting for her that my eyebrows are blonde and they're too light and they're too thin because, I mean, I'm not a hairy person. I'm sorry for that, but they're too thin and they're too light, and that's distracting because I don't have enough eyebrows. Which is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, I'll be honest. And she's still in here sometimes, and I've never called her out by name because now we've turned her stupid comment into a whole funny thing. I haven't seen her today, though. I haven't seen her in the last couple weeks, actually. But regardless, where are they? But regardless, she said that she can't focus on anything I'm saying because my eyebrows aren't dark enough. They're too blonde. So I was talking about this on the live that morning and was like, the weirdest stuff that I get. Like, it's just, people are like, what the hell? Like, has it ever crossed your mind to say to a perfect stranger, you know what? Trying to listen to you, but I don't like your eyebrows. Has that ever occurred to you? You don't have enough eyebrows, and I can't focus on anything you're saying. Yeah, me neither. So she said that she couldn't focus on anything I was saying because my eyebrows aren't dark enough. So I said that on the stream one morning, and it was during the Travis Rudolph case. And I said it on stream one morning, and maybe a week later, I had in my post office box, Lisa Dempsey sent these tattoo eyebrows, like the ones like you put that, like, you know, like you do like the fake tattoos in the bubblegum machines, and you put the you put the wet rag on them, and like you know, and it makes the fake tattoo. So she sent some of those, and when we were doing like this one day, like doing a verdict watch one day, we were trying to figure out, or I was trying to figure out what I can do to just pass the time. And we had laughed about it, and I was like, oh, I'll just put them on while we're live. So I did. And then as we're live, and I have all of a sudden like these really dark thick eyebrows that I've never had before, which always make me feel a little bit weird because I'm always like, that doesn't even look like me. But while I had them on, then the then the verdict came in. So you can see, and like this was like a really we were really emotionally invested in this case. Like I was like fighting hard for, you know, for Travis, and I was very, very vocal on Twitter, and I didn't realize that Mark Shiner and Heidi, his attorneys who are married, their grown children were watching me during the day, and like that's like which ended up being, and now, you know, like I talked to Mark the other day actually, but anyway, like so this was like a very emotional, like we were like all into this, you know, and like I was very vocal about like fighting, you know, I believed in his innocence and not guilty. And then I put them on, and here we are at this very emotional, you know, like fingers crossed, like please let the jury make the correct decision, because the verdict came in while I have on these eyebrows. And they're like the clips of me, like when I start crying when they say not guilty, and like I start crying and stuff, it's like this emotional moment in my dark ass eyebrows. It was really funny. So now, then it became like a tradition. Then it was like on the next verdict, it was like, well, you got to put on the verdict eyebrows because now it's become a thing. So we've been doing that, but, oh, I knew it. I knew they were here somewhere. Because I saw them the other day. I just couldn't remember here they are. Here they are. Our eyes were really bushy. Yeah, he did. We did a joint stream one day. And so we've done them for every trial, because then it became like a thing. Because then it was like, well, now it's good luck. But is it really good luck though? Because in Melly trial, it was a hung jury. I think with everything else, it's been the verdict we were expecting, but except for that one. That one was a hung jury. Has every other one been what we were expecting? I think so. Or what we were hoping for. All right, I have to get, yeah, the verdict poll is still pinned. Has that lady ever complimented the brows when you had them on? She's never mentioned it, and she's been in chat, and I've never called her out for it. But she's been in chat, but she's never mentioned them as I put it on. Do you think a verdict will be today? I don't know. I mean, if they're working through lunch, I mean, it's 2:48 now. So funny. Don't put your eyebrows on until after you take Lucy out, or they may melt off. That's true. That's true. I wake up, like if I fall asleep with them on. Please, Dipsy said, I really thought it was Dramanique, not someone in chat. Ugh, Dramanique. Ugh. When I fall asleep with them on, then I'll wake up like where I sleep on one side, and it'll be Here, I'll end this poll. Let's see. And then we'll do a poll on when you think the jury will, the verdict will come back in. We did one of those earlier, but. Okay, so here's the results on this one. 92% say not guilty on all counts. 0% say guilty on second-degree murder. And 3% say guilty on manslaughter. While operating under the influence. And 3% say guilty of one of the two lessers of that. But 92% say guilty on, not guilty on all counts. Yes, when I had them on at the doctor's appointment and having to explain, like, look, I know I look weird right now. That was funny. Yeah, I think they're over at 4 today. And it's almost 2, which means it's really almost 3 there. Let's see. Oops. Wrong thing. I'm trying to pull up Beach Cam and it pulled up Blur. All right, let's see. Beach Cam. Oh, here, let me put this back up. Oh, it's a pretty day. I tell you what, I am going to be enjoying this when this is over. Travis' verdict had us all crying. It did. Anyone remember what the trial it was when Long Crime Channel lost audio? That was the Travis trial, wasn't it? Because then I think they lost audio. Was it? Is that what that one was? Can you answer that? I feel like it was that one. I may be wrong. But a bunch of people ended up coming over here. Yeah, Travis. Okay, let me find... I gotta get a wet rag to put these on. What is happening to my computer screen. My monitor looks, my second monitor looks really weird. Like it's really messed up right now. What is happening? What is happening? What? It just went black. Uh-oh. This monitor shouldn't be dying. It's only a year old. What the heck is happening? Wait, it just came back on. Okay. All right, that monitor came back on. Let's see. Now I gotta fix all, for some reason it just went all weird. Now I'm trying to fix all my settings again. Okay. There we go. I think we got it. Okay. Look at me fixing tech problems. It was only the one monitor. The lady that commented on Brandy's eyebrows, can you please identify yourself to the jurors? I haven't seen her in a couple weeks. I didn't. I didn't reboot it, but it's working now. I don't know. It just started like doing like a weird thing. I don't know. I don't know. All right. I will get the wet rag. I guess we're doing verdict eyebrows. Mildred, thank you for super chat. How have all law enforcement who testified to drunk driving that night not been suspended or fired? I don't know. I don't know. They are all drinking and driving. There we go. Gosh, all that stuff messed up all of my settings. Now I'm having to redo everything. Okay, there we go. They've done so many, especially with Proctor talking about drinking and driving in the police car with Kevin Albert when Kevin Albert didn't even know where his gun was and he left his badge in there and all that stuff. That stuff was crazy. That stuff was crazy. The irony. The irony. I don't get it. Jury is out. Out or back? Like the jury's been out for deliberating. Normally jury is out just means that they're deliberating. We'll look at some of the tweets in just a second. They're tasting the biscuits. I hear them like talking or something inside there. Let me see what else I can find real quick. Let's see. Hold on. Look at all those people. That's crazy. Oh, y'all don't have sound? Oh, because I put my headphones in. They're hollering and screaming. I forgot I took my headphones off and put these in for whatever I can't hear when I do that. Wow. That's
word, anticipation and... Karen, do you have any nerves right now? I don't know if nerves are the right word. Anticipation and... Guys, can I get to my client? Excuse us. It's a little...
Alan, what did you think about Brian Albert, Colin Albert, Jen McCabe showing up to court today with the O'Keefe?
Oh, I think it's a joke. I think they were doing it just for some sort of intimidation factor, probably for the jurors. It just plays into their countenance as bullies. That's all that was about. So,
let's go. Karen, do you have any nerves right now? I don't know if nerves are the right word. Anticipation and...
Guys, can I get to my...
Let's see what else. Let's see. Those are on Twitter. Let's see if there's any others. Let's see. That crowd is huge. That's crazy. I don't see. There's some pictures and stuff on Twitter, but okay, let me take. Oops. Let me take her out real quick, and I'll grab a. Move this over. I'll grab a rag so that I can do our verdict eyebrows, and then we'll come back. We've only got. Well, it's only 3. It's 3:12 already. You still want to do them? It's 3:12 already. Oops, live chat. So if I put them on, I'm not re-putting them on tomorrow. I'm going tomorrow. You're going there? Robert said, still kind of bothered by the lack of attention to the loaf of bread and the band in the, the lack of attention to that. Yeah, still have strong suspicions of them. Virginia Little, so proud of Brandy. Thank you. So proud of Brandy for not turning grifter and trying to make money off of Karen. There are so many out there doing it now. Oh, yeah. My goal from the beginning has been to tell the story as best I can and see what truth we can find out. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that they're for sure. I don't know what time they're leaving. Oh, someone here said that Court TV said at 3:45 they're going to ask if they want to go till 5 or stay later. Marie Mary said hold the brows until tomorrow. Lisa Dempsey said I actually Googled to see how long of a drive it'd be for me. 4 hours. It's tempting. If you go, you can call us. You'll be our boots on the ground. I can picture Lucy at the door with her legs crossed. Okay, let me take her out real quick. I will take her out real quick, and then I'll be right back. I'll leave this up. But I'm going to make this smaller just in case, and let me unmute it. Just in case they do come back while I'm out there. I'm going to get this stuff out of the way so that if they do come back while we're out there, this won't be in the way. But it still gives you something to look at. All right, I'll be right back.
just certain things like, do you want me to serious deadline and look into the information? How do you have it? I suppose it is but I mean, how is it, was it in the main pages of stuff? So it's interesting that it's in the main thing. So, you can say that I think you need to I'm actually, I need to keep focused first. I'm sorry, what is it? I remember that I've read everything. I have to pick over that. Sure. So, correct. Okay, kindly. Sidebar, and this is also something let's speak to that level, so getting down into it. So, I just want to make sure that's sidebar in your research. Something like that. Because I was thinking maybe about 4 o'clock. That's always the question. You guys become best friends over the past 2 weeks. Thank you. Be honored. Like Bob or somebody? Yeah, one of my best friends is married to Bobby. Yeah, how are you friends with her? I just thought it was like Dee Dee. That's what they call her. Okay. Oh, sweet. Oh, I knew that her. Oh, yeah. I know a couple friends, yeah. Bobby's great. Ron's one of my best friends from growing up, so we talk often. Okay, that's wonderful. How to take the dots away. He's like the soft sort of buddy. Yeah, they're great people, yeah. Oh, that's so strange. Yeah, he did. Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah. That's right, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's nice, yeah. I know, he's the only child, so he must have really been excited. That's great. Yeah, the kids are cute. 3, yeah. 6, 4. Connor. He just finished kindergarten. He just turned 6. Yeah, and then the baby's almost 5. It's so funny.
teaches you in the world to be nice to everyone because you never know who's going to do something. Yeah. No, welcome to Zoom for government. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, they're good people. Enter your participant ID, or by who enter the new password, followed by name. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting. The host will need you to mute your microphone. You are unmuted. You are muted.
Then I worry, because then we have to make sure Yeah, you can stay put. We're still gonna be in here, we're gonna have 5 people out here, 10 out there. And when the rest of the family's not, we'll direct you. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. So we'll take 2 faces this way, 2 faces that way, 2 on her facing her, 2 for the jurors on this side and here, and the judge was. So 10 total. That's perfect. And we'll have plenty to clear the floor when we're here. I do tell you, Steve was not taking. That's fine. It's up to you. Yeah, we're going to move it together. And then future jury number 1. There's only one way out of it. If it's not guilty, if it's guilty, we'll help her once if she does any depending on her. So we don't have. What's the least possible? Leaving the scene after causing death. That's a yeah. I don't think there is an out. Yeah. If you were at some point. Yeah. Works for me. Do you ever go out to Hamden? There's a woman out there, the judicial secretary. She's unbelievable. No, I didn't say that. Something better than Margaret.
Okay. Hello, friends. Friends. What'd I miss? Anything? What, if anything? What, if anything, did I miss? I was trying to. I had my phone out there, trying to pop into some other channels. Say hi. Oh, gosh. Oh, there was a hot mic. Oops. Did you hear anything? The static hot mic? Oh, you couldn't really hear it. Hannah Banana said, here at the courthouse, energy is electric. I believe it. Videos looked crazy. There's a million people. I hear it. I hear the static. They're planning for after the verdict. I want the verdict now. No, nothing. Member for 12 whole months. That's one whole year. That's one whole year. Happy anniversary. Laura, you know, is furious with Lally. We all are, aren't we? What about specifically? Guilty verdict with manslaughter and drunk driving. I'm curious. What is your reasoning on that? I would like to understand, because with the doctors and the biomechanics and the crash reconstructionist saying that it couldn't have happened. I'm curious how what your I don't believe in lies by a bunch of mobs. Okay, so the crash reconstructionists and the medical examiners are mobs? Got it. So you're not here to actually discuss facts, so you can just... This ain't the chat for that, honey. I thought you were going to discuss actual thoughts, not just yap about mobs. This ain't the place for that. Did the crime scene tell you that? Oh, is the fan not covered enough? Oh, I can cover it more. I know the fan drives people nuts the way it's... There we go. Is that better? Better? Better, better? God don't lie. Well, you know what? Neither does physics and science. So can we just hide that? I'm not dealing with that shit today. Court is not muted. They mute it. I don't have it muted, I should say. RDP member 10 whole months. The anticipation is kind of stressful. Thank you, Brady, for your amazing research and work on this case. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. No, don't cover the fan. It's the best character from this trial. It's the only one that's consistent. Throw that out there. Jennifer McGuire, thank you so much. It was a long episode, but I wanted to get everything with Proctor and Buchanan in the episode together because I feel like that's how it made the most sense. There are children screaming in the hallway. I hear them say something about the judge. Can't hear what they're saying. I can't hear. I heard something about judge. I don't know why I lean in to try to hear when there's a hot mic. Like I have on headphones. So leaning in makes zero difference. But psychologically, I think that I'm hearing better if I lean in. Oh yeah, trolls are out there. It's always like this on verdict day on a big trial. Look, I'm like, if people have different opinions, that is welcome here. But that's why I asked respectfully, can you tell me why you think that? Because to dismiss such powerful evidence and just say you think you know better is crazy to me, and I would like to understand it. So I asked respectfully. And then when it was like mobs lie, okay, these are scientists, sit down. Like that's exactly why I have said that the aggressiveness of Turtle Boy and the way that he has pissed so many people off has ruined this case, because you can't speak to people. And when I say ruin this case, I mean, like I've said, he got a lot of attention on it. It was very effective. But it ruined the case as in you cannot have rational conversations with some people because they won't talk to you about evidence. They will only talk to you about Turtle Boy because they hate him. And that's not what matters here. Like, if you have a different opinion, that's cool, but tell me why based on evidence, not why based on how much you hate Turtle Boy. I could care less your feelings on Turtle Boy or the name calling or the whole, mob thing, or like, I don't care. None of that matters. Talk to me about the evidence. Y'all ain't right. I love that name. The church will chart were indispensable for the Murdoch case and this case. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They are so time consuming, but they do a great job at helping me clear things up and organize the information in my brain. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. The free member milestone chat is, yeah, you get to use it once for every one of the milestones. So what is it, like 1 month? Is there 2 months? 1 month, 3 months? 6 months? I don't remember what all there are. But you get to use one every time there's a new milestone. Something about distributing verdict slips. Y'all have good hearing. Y'all are good. Y'all are so good. I turn down the radio to find my street too, or if I'm parking. Nurse for God, hello. We love you. We miss you. Nurse for God, get to 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I used to live in Hawaii. Oh, what part of Ohio? Ohio. Pfft. 2 very different states. What part of Hawaii? The only one I've been to is the Big Island. But I loved it. Do you ever try to look around someone on the TV? Yes. And in one of the trials we were watching, they had everything on the monitor that they were showing the evidence to the jury was like the thing was twisted, so we were all trying to lean around to see it. I'm like, that's not how that works. It's not how that works. Do you turn the right? Yes. When I drive up to anything, I do. It's the only way I can hear. Duh. Isn't that funny how we do that? She didn't take her shoes off. Guilty. Guilty. Oh, margaritas. Margaritas. Oh, it's once every month. Ah, good to know. I didn't know how often they did the things. See, y'all know more about YouTube than I do. Still get nervous at verdict watch day. Me too. CJ's mom, no. That's not who I was talking about. And I blocked that account. It can downward spiral on their own. True Crime Fangirl, thank you so much for super sticker sticker, super sticky chat, thank you. Super sticker. I always call it the wrong thing, but thank you. Thank you. Glass Case of Emotion, thank you so much for the super sticker chat. Super chat sticker. Super sticker chat. Thank you. Great work on this case. You're an asset to YouTube. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I want you to know that this was my first trial with you. Welcome. But definitely will not be my last. You did a fantastic job, and I love this chat. Thank you for all you do. Thank you so much. You know what I love? Normally, okay, so like this one we did, for those of you who joined this time, normally, when I first started, you know, we would do them, we would do them live. Then we started speed trialing. I love me some speed trialing. I don't think that I'm going to do many more live because it wears me down. And between that and the podcast, I have zero time. It's like working 2 full-time jobs all the time for not nearly enough money to justify that. So, and not nearly enough sleep, more importantly. But I think for future trials, I will do the speed trialing thing again, where you can skip through all the sidebars and all the, you know, all of that stuff. I like being able to do that so we can get like the meat and potatoes of the case without having to sit through what, if any, thing else that doesn't really matter. It is 3:50 in Boston right now, or in Dedham. Same thing. I'm over here from RA. He's about to rage you. I love RA. We love RA. Yes, he did. Everything just moved, so I can't show it now. Where'd it go? Oh, wait, here it is. Was it just me, or did AJ finally bring up the fact that not only did Proctor reverse the Sally video, but they also reversed the timestamp? I don't recall the timestamp being included during trial. So, yeah, he said that they removed the timestamp and had to put it back on the right way. I can put this right here, but it's gonna, you'll see the fan a little bit. Maybe it'll, wait, will it let me put this over that? Will it? Yes. Look at me go. Look at me go. So he brought that up, and something that I noticed too, when he said, he brought up the Sallyport video being reversed or mirrored or whatever, inverted. And he said that the timestamp was right. So he said that means that they had to put the timestamp on it after it was reversed. Okay. I would not believe that that was it. I would think like, okay, well, maybe it just records that way. But the reason that we know that it doesn't just record that way is because Proctor said himself, when he watched that video at his desk, he said that he watched that video at his desk from their flash drive, and it was not inverted. And it had, hey, K9 unit is on it, doggone it. Lucy, it's okay. People are allowed to be out there. You don't own that area. It's okay. K9 unit, she gets excited. Proctor said that when he was at his desk, he watched that video and it was not inverted, and he said it had a yellow timestamp. When they showed it in court, it was inverted, but the timestamp was not inverted, but the timestamp was blue. So when Jackson said in closings, oh, well, they had to have put the timestamp on after, which is intentionally misleading, then it's like, okay, well, yeah, that's what that looks like. It looks really bad. It looks really bad. You don't want to have to believe these things, but you believe these things because they're happening in front of our eyeballs, and that's really sad. and scary. Justice Obsessed for 10 whole months. I live here and love it. Thank you for all your hard work you put into all this. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. I can't wait for a nap. Raid. We have an RA raid. Hello. Hello, my friends. Hello, my family. I'm happy to see y'all. Hello. Hello. Hi. Hi, family. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Hey, Matthew Harris Law. Thank you so much. Congratulations on 25K. Woohoo! It's crazy because we made, on the very first day of trial, opening statements, we hit 20,000. And then on the last day of trial with closing arguments, we hit 25,000. So that's really cool. Oh, that's what it was. Lucy was barking at the raid. She was like, "There's people raiding us." Roto member 7 whole months. 7 whole months. I'm a lurker, but love you. You're one smart woman. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And come on out of the lurking shadows every once in a while. Say hi. Recovery Addict, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Congrats on 25K. We're here for the verdict. Woohoo! Oh, I'm excited. I tell you what, I'm excited to get a verdict. I'm excited to be done with this trial. I'm excited to hopefully, I'm, taking 2 weeks off. I keep saying that. That's the plan. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to try. I'm ready for a verdict. Bob Smith says, too much reasonable doubt in this case. I agree. The Crash Daddies did it for me. Crash Daddies did it. Lisa Dempsey, member for 13 whole months. Who would have altered that video, Lally or the police? If by the time Proctor had it, Proctor said that when he saw it on the disc, it was not inverted and it had a yellow timestamp. So it would have had to have been Lally, right? It just looks so suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Bug Dugger member 1 whole year. 1 whole year. Miss my jurors and Brandy. We miss you, Bug Dugger. It is good to see you. It is so good to see you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Did anyone count what, if any, how many ifs, any times did Lally lie and tell us the sky is not above us? Oh, bless him. Bless him. Dean Sparks, hi! Baby Justice is 13 months old, y'all. Congrats, Brandy. I'll always be. Aw. Member number 1. Yep. Very first member. Very, very first one. Oh, Baby Justice is 13 months, not 13. Let's not rush it, but 13 months. That's crazy. Time flies, huh? Time flies. Hello, hello, friends. Come on in. Andrew C. Member 10 whole months lurking here too. Andrew C., come out and say hi. It is good to see you. Happy 10 months. This might be the most stressful 5K subscribers ever gained. Proud of you, Brandy. Thank you. Thank you. It has been. It has been. I've been like on the verge of a mental breakdown the last, I don't even know how long. But it's been good. I'll say this. I would not change my coverage on it. We did exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to stay open. I wanted to point out all the problems. I wanted to discuss it. What, if anything, could I have done different? Nada. It was stressful. This one just has a lot of passion behind it. A lot of passion. What's wrong with your brows now? Well, apparently they're too blonde and too thin. So, but it's the day now, so we're saving the verdict brows for tomorrow. Matthew Hareslaw, member for 13 whole months. I pity the fool who ain't a member. Mr. T. That was a direct quote from Mr. T. Pity the fool who ain't a member. Yep. Happy 13 months. Happy 13 months. Brainy's vacation. Day 1, beach. Day 2, live stream. Have you guys seen this case? I know I'm really bad about like staying away from everything, but I don't know though. After all this, I don't know if I'll make it 2 weeks, but I know that the first day will probably be just sleeping. The second day I'm going to have to clean my condo that I've been ignoring for 2 months. Joyful gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Jamie C, member for 10 whole months. I'm a lurker too. Look, all it took was one lurker to come out, and now they're all coming out like, hey, I'm here too. I'm here too. I like it. Tori the Sea Lady, thank you for the super chat. Do we need a laugh and one last watch of the clips of you losing it and tasting the biscuit? Oh my gosh. Taste the biscuit. My mental breakdown. Yeah, let me find it. I had a whole mental breakdown right here on stream. Good times. I saved it somewhere. I posted it on Twitter, didn't I? I'll find it. Let me see. Where did I post it? That song gets in my head too. Oh, here it is. Okay, hold on. I gotta make beach cam smaller for a minute. This is the biscuit song. Wait, where can you see that? Hear ye. God save the Commonwealth. It's just us. Don't mind. Come on in. Have a seat. Grab a biscuit.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit.
Did you say that? Is that what you said? I've passed. You've heard the term like going over the cliff? Or did I just make that up? Have we heard that? Have you heard that? Can you answer that? I feel like that's where I like the, you know how there's like, it's like, oh, you're walking around and you're normal and you have a normal life. And then there's like a cliff right here. And then it's like, pew. We talked about that, Mr. Jackson. That's where I'm at. Speak up. I really don't want to turn the air off. I need you to speak up. Can you answer that? I'll allow it. Remember that cliff? Here. Taste the biscuit. I'll allow it. Who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance? Can you answer that? Bruh. Who, if anyone? Unless they got one of them fancy drive myself Tesla type of ambulances, I'm pretty sure somebody was driving the damn ambulance. If you have to get your evidence bags at Stop and Shop, you probably can't afford a Tesla ambulance. You woke up the next morning, is that correct? Can you answer that? Ask it another way, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Yannetti, we talked about this.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit.
It just never gets old. It really doesn't. Say bye. Give me 5. Good girl. Hear ye, hear ye. God save the Commonwealth. Too much. That was my. It's like a compilation of Bev impressions and a mental breakdown live on air. It's like all the best things in life, right? It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Here. There we go. Look, no matter where I put this, I'll have somebody that's like, can you move this part to this part and this part to this part and put that over there? And if you could change the color on this and the font on this, and if you could make this italics and then make that bold. I'm like, I don't know how to press buttons. 80s, happy 3 months, happy 3 months. Excited utterance, happy 5 months, happy. How long till a holiday after this? Immediately, as soon as it's over. Bug Dogger, it's good to see all of us back together again. Yes, it is. Glass Case of Emotion, RA told me about you a while back. Love your show. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. DSN, thank you for gifted a membership. Thank you. Bug Dogger gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. And DSN member for 1 whole year. It's our anniversary. Wait, hold on. I have a thing for that. Okay, that is so much better than the Biscuit song. But yet, what gets stuck in my head? The Biscuit song. Just Reset did watch Haywood Banks. Yeah, Toast yet? No. You asked me that before too. I still have not watched it. The way my life works. Let me rephrase. The way my ADHD works is that I am speaking on this now and I am comprehending this now. And then as soon as it's gone, it's like poof. Unless it's on a sticky note in front of me. I am so bad about it. Corey, member for 13 whole months. Thanks for all your hard work, Brandy Churchill. Thank you for your hard work, for being here. Clocking in for jury duty. Crime Trial Addict, member for 1 whole month. Can you give us your theory? Love your channel. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Here's the thing about my theory. I've changed my theory a million times because things just don't make sense. So I've changed my theory a million times, and I feel like the way that everything is, I don't have a theory that goes with everything, that can make everything fit. The Crash Daddies have convinced me that there's no way for the car to have hit John O'Keefe and caused those injuries and caused that damage to the car, which means something else did. I don't know what did. And I wish that I did, because that's why we're here, right? But I don't know. I feel like I had said the theory about throwing the glass at the taillight before. That part I have thought could potentially happen, or could have been potentially the reason that everything broke. So that part I thought before. I feel like the way that everybody's so dodgy with where Higgins' Jeep was parked and how he had the plow on it, I thought maybe there could potentially be something there. Maybe that could have caused, and I'm not saying it's intentional, honestly, like, my theory has just changed so many times. I personally don't have any idea. And if I don't have any idea, then that's a not guilty, because based on crash daddies alone, make it not guilty, because they made the physics and science of it not work. And stuff. Don't forget the stuff. They are releasing the jury in the Karen Reed case for the day. Verdict watch continues tomorrow. That was just posted. On one of the reporters that's in the room. One of the reporters that's in there posted that. Let me see if any of them confirm it. Are you biased, Brandy? Everybody is. Everybody has some kind of opinions. Everybody has some kind of history that, you know, makes them look at things a different way, analyze things a different way. Everybody goes into things with a different set of knowledge, different set of experiences, and different set of beliefs. And so everybody has some sort of bias. Now, does that keep you from looking at evidence and analyzing the evidence and seeing if it proves guilt? That's what we've tried to do here this whole time. Oh, to be on a fly on the wall in Deliberation. I would love to hear it. Would love to hear it. Linda, oh great, what time tomorrow will it start? I will probably miss it live. Well, I'm assuming it'll be about the same time. What do we think that means, that the jury's going into a second day? I wouldn't put too much into it, only because this is, by the time they got the deliberations going, they only had, I mean, you can see it's like 2 hours and 43 minutes. So I wouldn't expect them to have a verdict that fast on this. So I think that we'll get a verdict tomorrow. Personally. But I could be totally wrong. Totally wrong. Crash daddies. Can anyone else hear the judge talking like it's like, yeah, it's like this, they have on the clock, it's like this very staticky, low, hot mic. So you can only make out certain words sometimes, but it's hard to say, but, or I mean, hard to hear. Think about how much we've talked about the trial. This is their first charge. Yeah, I think they need to verbalize all the crazy for themselves. Yeah, because they're not allowed to talk about it. So this is not like something that they've been discussing as they go. And here we talk about this all day, every day. So think about if you had to sit here and watch this all day, every day, and you were not allowed to chat at all. And I wasn't allowed to talk. We all just kind of sat here and watched it. And then left. And then the first time you get to say, what if anything, it's going to be all at once. And then you have to talk about what if everything. And you sort of essentially have 1 million things to talk about. Like they have to figure out if they were at high top tables and if there was a band playing. They have to They have to talk about all those important details. All the rehoming of the dog, the rehoming of the home, the rehoming of the phones. They got a lot of ground to cover. They got a lot of ground to cover. I be talking to myself. I do that. See, I'm lucky though, because normally, like, you know, at least like normally I have Lucy that I can talk to. So I'll tell her all of my stuff. I'll be like, Lucy knows all the gossip. Lucy knows all the tea. Like she heard her name. And they better not forget that apron was clear. Y'all, the apron was clear. Changes everything. Changes everything. Katie C said, I guess I'll go water the garden and listen to the podcast. See y'all later. Thank you for listening to the podcast. Yeah, if y'all haven't checked it out, there are a couple people who told me that they weren't listening yet until this was all over because they wanted to binge watch or binge listen to it. It's like, okay. Okay. What apron? The apron at the fire department. There were about 11 witnesses who testified that they had shoveled and cleared the apron at the fire department. And the band was loud. And Chris, Albert, and Matt McCabe were in a weight loss competition. And his idea of being in a weight loss competition, the best food for him was chicken fingers and potato skins. And whatever diet that is, sign me up, because what? Who, if anyone, has information about that diet? Because that's a diet I could stick with. They're sending the jury home for the day, apparently. Allegedly. So, that's what they're saying. And I've still got it pulled up just in case, but that's what they're saying in the, one of the reporters from inside. No verdict, no verdict. Weren't they going to ask them, though, when it was time for them to go home? Weren't they going to ask them if they wanted to stay later? Let's see. Fall River reporter said still no verdict. Flint. McColgan from Boston Herald said that he was just informed they're releasing the jury in the Karen Reed case. Verdict watch continues tomorrow. Unless that's wrong. Fall River reporter said no verdict. I don't know. I'm following all of them. See what we can find out. But I've got it still up. Kevin, thank you for the super chat. Can you set the time on your stove? No. I don't know how. I tried. It's got something wrong with something. It's not just the clock blinking. It's like my whole like motherboard thing on there is doing something weird. The Fall River Reporter was the latest update. And all that one said is still no verdict. It was The reporter from Boston Herald who said, let me see if there's another one. I keep refreshing. All the people in there. Court TV is saying the jury has a question. Ooh. We still have like that. Oh, the camera's moving now. We still have like that. Oops. Weird staticky stuff. See what they say. The blinking stove. I know. I don't know how to fix it. I'll try to move my camera.
Tori, this goes back over there. Thank you. This is great, thank you.
No verdict. I hate it when they mute it. These are those times where I wish that I could read lips. Lally's so unsettling. Yeah, it seems weird seeing nothing on the tables, doesn't it? It's not just how to set my clock. It's like the motherboard or something is messed up. So like it's not the clock that's blinking. It's the whole thing is doing a weird thing. And I don't know how to fix it.
Thank you. Be seated.
All right, jurors. So as you know, I sent you in a note at 4 o'clock asking if you wanted to go home and come back tomorrow. You said yes. I apologize. It took us so long to get everybody together to do this. So I'm going to excuse you for today. When you come back tomorrow, you will start again after coming into the courtroom. So I do have to give you those 3 cautions. And the cautions also concern the alternate. So please do not discuss this case or any aspect of this case with anybody. Do not do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. You've all worked so hard for this last 8, 9, 10 weeks, however long it is. Let's just make sure that you continue to be
11 weeks.
secure in how you've done things as you think. We really appreciate it. So we will see you tomorrow morning. Have a good night.
Well, all rise, jury up.
Jim?
Well, y'all,
all right, we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Be a recess.
I don't know if those are...
goodbye. Hear ye, hear ye. Hear ye, hear. Are we going to miss the fan? Are we going to miss the fan? I think we are. I'm assuming tomorrow is going to be the same time. So we will start about the same time in the morning. Shaking that camera. I think I'm just going to take a recording of the fan. From now on, for this, like anytime, like when I put everything, instead of leaving beach cam up when I go take Lucy out and stuff during lunch break, I'm just going to, like, who needs a beach cam, right? Seen one beach, you've seen them all. I'm going to put a fan cam. I'm going to put up fan cam. The fan has been the star, like, the fan has been the star of the trial, honestly. I mean, other than Lucy's new crash stepdaddy. It's her crash stepdaddy. All right, so that is it for the day. I'm taking these off. They start wearing on my ears after about 17 hours. I am no OnlyFans. I am going to call it a day. I'm going to go ahead and end. Not that I don't love talking to y'all, but I've literally been sitting here talking this entire time. And, you know, you just run out of things to say. But also, I have to get working on the podcast episode. The next episode is going to have all of the experts in there. And I have a lot of stuff to try to get put together so that I can get the episode out this week. So I have a lot to do. And I ended up going to bed early last night. I say early. I went to bed at like 11 something. To me, that's early. So I'm exhausted. But I need to go work on that. And then we will be back tomorrow. I'm sure that they will have some interviews and stuff from today. So we'll pull all that stuff and we can watch it together tomorrow. 9 o'clock in the morning. We will be here. Bring your biscuits. And I'm curious. I'm going to see if I can finish up some of the podcast stuff in time because I want to see some reactions to see if I'm the only one that like fell out in my chair like this while Lally was doing his closing. So, I've got a lot to get done and catch up on, but I want to try to see some of that. So, I would love to see, I hope, you know, Aussie Insider does some awesome videos. I would love to see if she does a video with some of the YouTubers' reactions to different things, like the reactions to stuff that was said in closings and the reaction to just some of that stuff. Like I would love to see that all in one video. That would be really funny to watch. So thank you so much. Bye, RA. Bye. I have a lot to get done, so I'm going to jump off of here. Thank you for watching with me today. And thank you, everybody. We hit 25,000. That's so cool. Like, 25,000 people in this world are now in our little family. And that's fun. That's really cool to me. I love it. Thank you so much. Mods, y'all are the best. Thank you. Thank you for everything you do. You're so good to me. I appreciate it. Can you explain the eyebrows? I missed it. Somebody told me that my eyebrows were not thick enough and they were too blonde. So it was distracting and they couldn't pay attention to what I was saying because they didn't like my eyebrows. So one of our members, Lisa Dempsey, sent me tattoo, like where you put like a wet wash rag on your, like the fake tattoos, you know? And so now I put them on one day during a verdict watch and now it's become a tradition. So now I put them on. But it was too late in the day by the time I found them today. So we'll put those on in the morning. We'll put those on in the morning. Just a growing. Our little family's just a growing. Just a growing. Y'all are so funny. Okay. All right, y'all. I appreciate everybody. I will see you. I'll get the stream set up in just a few minutes. And then, yeah. Oh, yeah. If I put them on the first day, I don't put them. You can't put them on the second day. It's a one-time thing. And then if the verdict doesn't come back, then it's just like, and then I sleep on it, and then it's like you'll have like one that's over here, and then one that's part of it's over here, and then it'll be like really thick and fancy right here, and then like nothing right here. So, and nobody wants to see a verdict read like that, right? So. Just a growing. All right, y'all. I appreciate everybody. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Tomorrow could be verdict day. It could be verdict day. It's crazy. What a long, strange trip it's been. I will see y'all tomorrow.
I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
Wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel and
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?